Tiger Stadium. We're starting things off early here for the game one of the doubleheader as Cam Walker fires first pitch. Fastball just a bit high. First pitch at 5:36 p.m. here in game one of this two-game set against the Heat today after a rainout yesterday. This one is up and into the air and into shallow right field for a leadoff single from Chris Rapolo, the right fielder for the Heat. Following up in the Heat lineup, it's number 7, Jimmy Boris coming to the plate, and he's playing in center field, followed up by Guillermo Salazar, Jackson Murphy, Jake Doughty, Marcus Willite, Keenan Brigman, Jack Walsh, and Eric Robles. With a runner on first, nobody out. In the top of the first, it's Jimmy Boris in the left-handed batter's box as he loads behind his left shoulder. Walker sets, peeks over at first base, and will come home fastball high off the outside half for ball one. Nice sunny day, blue skies here in Klamath Falls. Stark contrast to what it was yesterday. Just absolute rainstorms all day. The 1-0 fastball called strike on the inside part of the plate evens the count at 1. And now time is called as Rapolo needs to tie his shoe over on the first base side. The Gems in their white, the Heat with gray pants, black tops. This is the second meeting between these two squads. The Gems and the Heat squared off for the Gems' second game of the season back the first week of June as Rapolo takes his lead at first base. Santiago covering. Runner goes. A strong throw down from Mendoza in time and gunned down is Chris Rapolo flashing the cannon is Ryan Mendoza. The throw was a little bit high, but it was there so quickly that Wes Carswell was able to apply the tag regardless and get Rapolo out. One out. 1-2 count after a called strike on the still base attempt from Rapolo. And moves to a 2-2 count now on Boris. Walker back in from the windup. The 2-2 pitch will be ripped foul down the right field line. Hit off the fence of the party deck and back into play. But Isaiah Engle will just trot over toward it and underhanded to a member of the bullpen for the Gems down the right field line. It's 325 feet to the right field wall where the Gems bullpen is located. It's 325 feet as well out to the left field pole. Walker fires the 2-2 pitch. Big chopper to the left side. Waiting back on his Alvarado, and that will be an error on Alvarado as he tried to backhand it and glanced off of his glove. And that allows Boris aboard. One out, one on for Guillermo Salazar doing the designated hitting today for the Heat. He steps into the right-handed batter's box. Boris takes his lead. Santiago covering first base. Walker back to working from the stretches. This one is rolled over to third base, a chance for 2 under. And that will be a 5-4-3 double play hit into by Salazar. Sinkovich to Carswell to Santiago to wipe the base paths clean. We go to the bottom half of the first, a scoreless ball game. It'll be Sordal, Carswell, and Santiago due up for the Gems.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family-owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you. The Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ, Spires and Pooley, LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much. Taco Bell is proud to support the Klamath Falls Gems. Don't forget to take advantage of the free taco coupon on the back of your Klamath Falls Gems ticket stub. Everyone who comes out to a Klamath Falls Gems game this year can receive a free taco at one of Taco Bell's 2 locations in Klamath Falls. Once again, we'd like to thank Taco Bell for all their support of the Klamath Falls Gems.
After hitting into the 5-4-3 inning any double play, it's the Heat out on defense. And the Gems will be sending up Steven Sordal to the plate. He'll be facing up against number 30, Connor Davis, making his 4th start of the year. He's thrown 17 innings, given up 17 hits and 5 runs, all of which are earned. 4 walks to 11 strikeouts, 3rd on the team. A 2.64 ERA for the big right-hander. Defensively for the Heat, Wilhite at first base, Brigman at second base, Robles at shortstop, Walsh at third base. And doing the catching today is Jack Doty, as the home plate umpire Corey Stratton will wipe off home plate. And earlier today, you wouldn't even know that home plate was there. But great job done by the Gems. They got here early, made sure that this field was fit for play. Everybody putting in hard work. The first pitch from Davis to Sordal is swinging up the middle. A line drive single into center field. Attacking that first pitch is Sordal. And he's got himself aboard. And just like that, it'll be Wes Carswell coming to the plate. The second baseman for the Gems. A late add to the starting lineup. Keone McKee was originally intended to play out at shortstop. Alvarado Jr. would have played second base, but Carswell gets inserted into the lineup. McKee's been dealing with some knee issues as the first pitch is a bunt back to the mound being played by Davis. He'll underhand it to first base for out number 1. Advancing to second base is Sordal. So the Gems already showing off their game plan. They're going to get Sordal into scoring position for Nelson Santiago, the first baseman and left-handed power bat here for the Gems. In the on-deck circle now is Nick Hermes, a switch hitter. He's in the DH spot tonight. First pitch to Santiago. He chases outside, gets a piece of it, strike 1. Nothing ball game in the bottom of the first. 2 sevens will be played today, back to back, trying to make up that rain out from yesterday as Sordal bounces around on the base path, pitch high and away to Santiago to even the count at 1. Sordal, we saw his speed in the exhibition game against the Klamath Falls Falcons. He stole a pair of bases as a called strike on the outside half against Santiago makes it a 1-2 count. Fastball fired in from the righty Davis against the lefty Santiago. Long look in from Davis and his catcher Doty. Ball behind the back. Now he brings it into his glove just below the belt. Looks back at Sordal. The 1-2 pitch. Up and out of play. Fighting off the pitch is Nelson Santiago. Slight breeze pushing out to center field. The American flag is out in center field, just close to the 385 sign. It's a 1-2 count. 1 out, runner on second. The pitch outside, 2-2 the count as Santiago lays off. Coach Aaron Johnson switches from his position at third base. Now he's coaching first base. Head coach Alex Alvarado now coaching third base, switching things up. It's a 2-2 count. Swung and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Nelson Santiago for out number 2. First strikeout of the game for Davis, and that'll bring up Nick Hermes. Takes a deep breath. He'll be hitting from the left side. A switch hitter, an outfielder, first baseman combination, but getting the day at the designated hitter spot in the 4-hole. The first pitch he sees. Fastball called strike off the outside edge. And if Davis is going to continue to get those calls, he's going to continue to go there. It's an 0-1 count. Sordal still out at second base, dancing around. Now Davis steps off as Sordal had been bouncing around. Robles, the shortstop, was behind him, trying to perhaps keep him close to the bag or even set up the back pick. He's shadowing behind him right now. It's an 0-1 count, and the pitch way outside. Doty has to lean over behind the right-handed batter's box to make sure that one doesn't go to the backstop. It's a 1-1 count. 2 outs, runner at second base. Sordal, he led off the inning with a line drive single and was sacrificed over by Carswell. No score here between the Gems and the Heat. The 1-1. And Hermes puts that up the middle. Backhanded glove by Brigman. A long throw to first base. In time for out number 3. Nice play by Brigman going back up the middle, using the backhand and keeping the Gems from scoring here. Steven Sordall is stranded at second base as the Gems have no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Through 1, it's a scoreless ball game. We're going to the top of the second, where for the Heat it'll be Jackson Murphy, Jake Doty, and Marcus Wilhite due up.
Klamath Falls Baseball is brought to you with help from Rogue Credit Union. Rogue Credit Union is committed to actively engaging in the communities we serve. Rogue Credit Union, banking and finance since 1956. Living local, it's a Rogue thing. And Quail Park of Klamath Falls, a senior lifestyle community in Klamath Falls, their experienced and caring team of healthcare professionals will treat you and your loved ones like they would treat their own families. Thank you for supporting the Klamath Falls Gems.
Fans, if you own a business and would like your brand to be seen at Kiger Field, give the Gems a call at 541-883-4367 and tell them you would like to discuss the most unique and cost-effective marketing opportunity in the area. Call the Gems at 541-883-GEMS. Back here at Kiger Stadium, it's Nick Winstead as the throw goes down from Mendoza to Carswell. We've already seen that combination for an out in this game, and it will be Jackson Murphy coming to the plate. The top of the first ended with a 5-4-3 double play hit into by Guillermo Salazar, and it'll be the cleanup hitter Jackson Murphy due up. So he steps into the right-handed batter's box and shuffles the dirt around. Cam Walker waiting for him out on the mound. Big, tall Cam Walker standing at 6'6". Fires a fastball called strike on the outside half. Glove up in front of the face. Wiggles the glove a little bit now. Begins his motion. The 0-1 pitch, a curveball that curves too much. Ends up behind the left-handed batter's box. It's a 1-1 count for Walker. No outs here. The leadoff hitter Murphy in the top of the second. The pitch swung on, tipped back to the backstop. A 1-2 count now. Might have caught a piece of Mendoza, but he showed no ill effects from that. He's up and looking at the home plate umpire Stratton, asking for that fresh baseball. Number 30, Jack Doty, the catcher, moves from his position in the on-deck circle to go retrieve that one. Walker ahead in the count, 1-2. Begins his motion. The pitch. Grounded foul third base side, and that'll head over past the Heat dugout. As a member of their staff will go and retrieve that one yet again. The Gems, as always, on the first base side. Walker gets the go-ahead to play. The 1-2 pitch. Grounded over to Sinkovich at third. Gloves it, fires over to Santiago off the bag, but Santiago applies the tag. Nice footwork there by Santiago to be able to catch that one and still get Jackson Murphy out. The first time we saw the Heat, it was Marcus Wilhite, the first baseman for Sacramento, making all those sorts of plays. He was putting on a clinic out at first base, shuffling his feet, making sure he was on the bag, applying tags, and now it's Santiago doing the work. So that's 1 out here in the top of the second. Jake Doty, the catcher, steps in for the first time today as Walker begins the windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike one. The first game between these two squads, just the second game of the season for the Gems, a 20-18 thriller came down to the bottom of the ninth. The 0-1 curveball inside. Getting out of the way is Doty. 1-1 the count, 1 out. Both teams with 1 hit. The Gems do have 1 error. No runs thus far. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball called strike. Working those corners. Both of these pitchers thus far. As Walker didn't necessarily work it in his first time out on the mound, but seeing Davis, he's going to do the exact same thing. The 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 looking. Down goes Doty. Goes to that outside corner. And he gets his first strikeout of the game, ringing up Jake Doty. Marcus Wilhite, the first baseman for the Heat, steps into the left-handed batter's box. Number 24, clad in those black tops, just like the rest of his Heat squad. Orange lettering, white running down the inside, and that'll bounce away from Mendoza to the backstop for ball one. Deep breath from Walker, wiggles the glove, begins his motion. And a called strike to even the count at one. As Walker making his second start on the year for the Gems. His first was the first home game for Klamath Falls, a 7-0 loss for the Gems. 1-1 pitch will be lined up the middle, played off of the dirt by Alex Alvarado, being able to catch that one cleanly, coming in for the out. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the second for the Heat. We go to the bottom half of the second, a scoreless ball game. The Gems will send up Ryan Mendoza, Colin Sinkovich, and Alex Alvarado to the plate. Hey fans, how would you like to book a company or a family group outing at Kiger Stadium? It is a fun way to get everyone together, socialize, and have a great time. Contact the Gems at 541-883-4367 to book your group or to get more information. Get your group booked now by calling 541-883-GEMS.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you.
Back here, high atop Kiger Stadium in the press box. You're listening to Gems Live. I'm Nick Winstead. A scoreless ball game thus far in this first game of the doubleheader tonight here in Klamath Falls, Oregon. A beautiful day for baseball. Sunny skies, scattered clouds, but very cool temperatures nonetheless. Probably going to get down pretty chilly by the end of that second game. Right now it's about 50 degrees here in Klamath Falls as Connor Davis and Jack Walsh, the third baseman, exchange a few words before Walsh steps onto the rubber. It'll be Ryan Mendoza, the catcher, hitting from the left-handed batter's box to lead things off in the bottom half of the second for his hometown, Gems. First pitch swinging, a line drive into center field. Played off a one-hop by Boris. He gets it in quickly. Back-to-back leadoff hitters with line drive singles up the middle for the Gems. Steven Sordal led off the game offensively for Klamath Falls with that first pitch line drive. He would be stranded out at second base after Carswell advanced him over on the sacrifice bunt. Colin Sinkovich comes to the plate as Mendoza takes his lead out at first base. Batting gloves clutched in his left hand, and they'll bunt it up the first base line. Willite will try and apply the tag, and did not apply the tag. Tried to get him on the run, and a late call by the home plate umpire, as looked at by Joel Woodley out in the field. He consulted with Stratton, and he just shook his head. No, so safe. A poorly executed bunt. That was way up in the air, long down the first baseline, but just enough off of the line where Willhite had an awkward angle to try and get at Sinkovich. Bunt for a hit, as Alex Alvarado will also square up to bunt, hitting in the 7-hole, the shortstop for the Gems. A fastball high and inside, leaning out of the way to avoid being hit in the dome is Alvarado. He looks down at head coach Alex Alvarado. Mendoza takes his lead out at second base. Sinkovich at first, showing bunt, laying it down to the third base side. Davis covers. He's going to first base in time, but both runners advance for the Gems. Runners on second and third, one out, with Marzell Brown coming to the plate. Gems trying to manufacture some runs here. We've got an excellent opportunity to do just that. Brown hitting 1,000 on the year in his one at-bat. Came against this Heat squad back in that 20-18 thriller. Corners are in, double play depth. And this one will be shot into right field. A single, Rapolo fires in, but not in time to Scoring from third base is Ryan Mendoza, and Marzell Brown remains 1,000 on the year, now with an RBI under his belt. 1-0 lead for the Gems. 1 out, runners on the corners for Isaiah Engman. Engman hit a 2-run bomb with Brown aboard to make it a 20-17 lead for the Gems back. In that first matchup, a look over from Davis has Brown inching back, but he stays fast out of his lead at first base. He's moving around, trying to get to the head of Davis. And the pitch will go home way inside. Getting out of the way is Engman. Engman comes into this at bat hitting exactly 400 on the year, 600 slugging percentage, and a 455 on base percentage. Runners on the corners, 1-0 lead, 1 out for the Gems in the bottom half of the second, and up above the head of Engman as he has to lean down to make sure he doesn't get hit. It's a 2-0 count now. Colin Sinkovich at third base. He reached from the bunt for a hit, misplayed by the Heat. Brown wiggling around. And this one will get through the left side. They were playing in, and it'll be shot into left field. An RBI single for Engman scores Colin Sinkovich 2-0 for the Gems over the Heat. Connor Davis has that ball run back into the infield for him by Robles, the shortstop. Steven Sordahl going to have a face-to-face chat with head coach Alvarado about halfway up the third baseline, while Jack Doty and Connor Davis were having a chat out on the mound. 2 runs across, still just 1 out here in the bottom half of the second for the Gems. Ryan Mendoza started things off with a line drive single up the middle, and the only out thus far is a sacrifice bunt from Alex Alvarado. The pitch from from Davis will be bounced in front of the plate. Ball 1 for Sordahl. He's 1 for 1 thus far. He's got Brown in scoring position. Brown's got a lot of speed. Engman with good speed at first base as well. If he can get it into a gap, he might be able to score both. This one's ripped into left field, played off of one hop by Murphy, the left fielder, and that one will go way up the line. Coach Alvarado electing to stop Marzell Brown at third base. Could have scored as that throw was so far up the first baseline. No chance for a play at the plate, but now the bases are loaded for Wes Carswell, the guy who leads the team in home runs. Put a couple out in batting practice as well. Bases loaded, 1 out. 2-0 lead for the Gems. Corners are in, double play depth up the middle for the Heat. Long look in now from Davis to Doty. Brings the ball into his glove just below the belt. The first pitch of the at-bat. Bounced in, ball 1. Brown at third base. Engman at second base. Sordahl at first base. Carswell at the plate. The 1-0. Up into the air, foul down the first base side. A 1-1 count as that one lands over near the Gems bullpen area. The Gems bullpen bench right nestled up against the right field wall in foul territory just along the line, but the actual bullpen itself behind the first base pavilion. It's a 1-1 count, 1 out, bases loaded. The pitch will hit Carswell, and a free pass to first base means Marzell Brown comes home. And that will bring out Coach Trevor Payne as he thinks that maybe Wes Carswell leaned into that one. Poked his elbow out just a little bit. Corey Stratton, the home plate umpire, and Payne discussing things. Trevor Payne, the manager for the Heat. He's assisted by Jason Hampson and Max Anderson. Nelson Santiago comes to the plate. He's already in the left-handed batter's box as they continue to talk. Field umpire Joel Woodley out on the mound talking with Connor Davis. And now Looks like one of those two assistant coaches, Max Anderson or Jason Hampton, is going out to the mound to talk with Connor Davis as he's got himself in a real jam here. It's a 3-0 lead for the Gems. All three of those runs coming with one out, and it just remains one out with some of the bigger bats for the Gems due up. Nelson Santiago and Nick Hermes. And with that, Coach Aaron Johnson comes down from the first base side and gives a quick word of encouragement to Santiago as he'll stroll back to the left-handed batter's box. Both of those guys leaving that chat with big smiles on their faces. Bases loaded, one out, 3-0 lead for the Gems. Connor Davis pitches, fastball away, ball one. He got Santiago to strike out, swinging in a 2-2 count in their first matchup. But Santiago's going to be a lot more selective this time up. The 1-0 will be up and in the air over the top of the press box and into the parking lot for strike one. 1-1 count, one out. Engman at third base. Sordal at second base. Carswell at first base. The 1-1 to Santiago off the outside half. 2-1 the count. First game of this doubleheader as the Gems are trying to fight their way back in the conference standings, coming to this one with a 2-5 record, 7.5 games back. An excellent opportunity against the Heat. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball low, 3-1 the count as Connor Davis struggling to find the strike zone here. As Coach Alvarado giving signs out to the base runners. The 3-1 pitch will be a called strike off the outside half. A pitcher's strike runs the count full. 3-2 count. Bases loaded. One out. Already 3 runs across for the Gems. The pitch. Up and into the air into right field. Tracking back is Rapolo at the wall. Gone! A grand slam for Nelson Santiago. Blows the game wide open. 7-0. Santiago had the full count, and he crushed that one as Connor Davis is out on the mound looking none too pleased. And now Santiago comes and touches home his first home run of the year, a grand slam, the second grand slam of the year for the Gems. The first was hit by the man coming into the box now, Nick Hermes, back in Reno. 7-0 lead for the Gems as that grand slam wipes the bases clean. And fastball called strike one on the outside to Hermes. Hermes grounded out to second base. His first time up, it was a nice play made by the second baseman Brigman, who stands on the right field grass. Now the 0-1 pitch. Big cut from Hermes comes up empty. 0-2 the count now. Still just one out in the bottom half of the second. 7 runs across on 6 hits thus far for the Gems. Davis drops, turns, and fires the 0-2. This one is up into the air into right field. Rapolo rushing into right center field. It goes over his head, hops off the wall. Hermes is digging for second base, and he will get there standing up. A stand-up double for Nick Hermes follows up the grand slam from Nelson Santiago. And with that, it'll bring up Ryan Mendoza. The Gems have hit around here in the bottom of the second. Mendoza led things off with a line drive single into center field to start things off. First pitch swinging, rolled over to second baseman Brigman and into his body, rears back, fires over to first base for out number 2, but advancing over to third base is Nick Hermes. It was a big inning thus far for the Gems. Can be a little bit bigger still with Hermes at third base and Colin Sinkovich at the plate. His first time up earlier in this inning was a bunt for a hit, misplayed down the first base line. Fastball inside called strike one. Wilhite is playing well off at first base. If he pushed it On a bunt, he would be able to be safe with Sinkovich's speed, but he swings, taps it, strike 2, essentially taking a bunt for it off the table. An 0-2 count. 2 outs. Runner at third. The pitch. Fastball up high, trying to get him to chase. It's a 1-2 count now. 2 outs. 7 runs across, highlighted by the Nelson Santiago grand slam. The 1-2 pitch. Bounced in. Hermes stays put at third base as Doty flipped off the mask and was up the third baseline quickly to retrieve that one. It's a 2-2 count against Sinkovich. Head into the right-handed batter's box. The 2-2. Fastball low. 3-2 the count. A full count here for Sinkovich. Connor Davis takes a deep breath. The 3-2. Ground to the shortstop. Robles has to charge in on it. Shuffles his feet. Fires over to first baseman Wilhite for out number 3, but not before the damage is done. A 7 spot put up by the Gems in the bottom half of the second. The grand slam from Nelson Santiago blows the game wide open. 7-0 lead for Cam Walker as he's out on the mound now, getting ready to go back to work. Due up for the Heat, facing a big deficit. It's Keenan Brigman, Jack Walsh, and Eric Robles. Attention parents and kids, the Gems coaches and players will be conducting a baseball camp June 22nd through June 24th, as well as July 20th through July 22nd for players age 5 through 16. You will get an outstanding instruction in pitching, hitting, infield, outfield, base running, and much more. The cost is just $45 per camper and will be held at the home of the Gems, Kiger Stadium. For more information, log on to KlamathFallsGems.com and go to camp registration. Learn from the very best players, your Klamath Falls Gems.
The Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ Spires and Pooley LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much.
Cam Walker's first pitch of the third. Fastball high off the outside edge to Keenan Brigman, getting his first at bat of the game. The second baseman for the Heat. The Heat find themselves in a 7-0 deficit. Walker up high, 2-0 the count. The ball goes from sun to shade as the shade is making its way up the first base line as Walker misses outside. 3-0 the count. Trying to work that outside edge and leaving it just a little bit high to 3-0 count now. And the pitch from Walker will run outside yet again. A 4-pitch walk to lead off the third. And puts Jack Walsh at the plate with 1 on and no outs. Brigman takes his lead at first base. Santiago covering the bag. Walker eyeing over at him, sets at the chest, peeks over again, and goes to the plate. Fastball, strike 1, working the inside half of the plate. After issuing a 4-pitch walk, he gets a first pitch strike on Walsh. Double play depth up the middle with Carswell and Alvarado. Carswell ready to move in as Walker taking his time. This one is shot into right field. Engman gets there quickly, keeps it from being runners at first and third as Brigman, with good speed, is stopped at second base. It's a 1-on single for Jack Walsh, puts 2 on, no outs for Eric Robles. And the shortstop hitting in the 9-hole will be hitting from the left side. No outs here in the top of the third. It's a 7-0 lead for the Gems, but a good scoring opportunity here now for the Heat. Walker sets and kicks and fires. Bunt down the third baseline. Sinkovich charging in. Sinkovich transfer off the bag. It'll go into right field. Scoring from third base easily is Brigman, and being sent now from first base is Walsh. And the throw not in time, and all the way to third base is Robles. A huge error for Colin Sinkovich, trying to force that one over to Santiago. It was off the bag. Santiago came off of first base, but not in time. 2-run score for the Heat. Still no outs, and now a runner at third base. The exact opposite of what you want to do. If you're the Gems, you put up that big inning. You want to shut down the next attempt for the Heat, but now 2 runs across, no outs. Called strike on Chris Rapolo, the right fielder, who had a single to start off the game but was caught stealing. Sinkovich and Santiago on the corners. Traditional spacing up the middle. Straight away in the outfield. Curveball off the outside half. 1-1 the count to the leadoff man, Rapolo. Brigman strolled in from second base. Walsh was chugging all the way, but the throw was up the line. But still a good opportunity there. He recognized it immediately, and he was charging hard, and he's got a run scored to show for it. Eric Robles stands at third base after the error by third baseman Sinkovich. It's a 2-1 count now to the leadoff hitter Rapolo. Still no outs here in the top of the third. The pitch rocketed over towards the Gems dugout. Coach Johnson jumps out of the way. It's a 2-2 count, as he's going to take a step inside the dugout now behind the fence. The 2-2. Chopped off home plate, first base side foul. Coming back to the plate now is Rapolo, as he was hard charging despite it never really having a shot at being in fair territory. Santiago, the first baseman, was also coming in, making sure. It's a 2-2 count. No outs. Runner at third base. 2 runs already crossed for the Heat. A 7-2 lead for the Gems. Walker sets the chest, kicks and fires the 2-2. And a brave take at the plate from Rapolo, as that outside half has been called a strike, but really more on fastballs, as that was a breaking pitch. It's a full count now for the leadoff hitter Rapolo. The pitch, swing and a miss, chased outside, strike 3. That would have been ball 4. It's the second strikeout of the game for Walker, and it comes in a big moment, trying to get a little bit of momentum back in his favor after the error brought in 2 runs. Leading off the inning was Brigman with a walk, a 4-pitch walk, the first of the game for Walker. Up now it's Jimmy Boris, who reached on an error his first time up. He sees fastball miss on the outside half. 1-0 the count. It was a tough play for Alvarado out at shortstop, as he tried to backhand it. It lipped off of his glove. He kept it in the infield, but an error nonetheless. Walker checks over at third base before going home. Up into the air in left field. Brown trailing after it and tagging up from third base. A strong throw in will be cut off at third base infield. And Sinkovich, and a sacrifice fly for Jimmy Boris. Now to left fielder Brown, making his first start of the year. He got a little time in Sacramento and came up clutch for the Gems, and so far so good for Marzell, as he's got 1 for 1 out in the field on that one attempt, and he's got 1 for 1 at the plate with an RBI. With now 2 outs and nobody on base, it's Guillermo Salazar, the designated hitter. He sees fastball upstairs, ball 1. And for the Heat, exactly what you want. After giving up a big inning, you've put some runs on the board and make your challenge a little bit less as you go into the remaining innings. It is just a 7-inning game for this game 1 of the doubleheader. The 2-0 pitch, ground foul down the third baseline. A 2-1 count, 2 outs here in the top of the third. Walker, glove up in front of his face, gives it a half turn and a wiggle as he fires the 2-1. Called strike 2, working that outside half of the plate against the designated hitter Salazar, who hit into an inning-ending 5-4-3 double play. His first time up in the first. The 2-2 will be ripped down the third baseline, backhanded by Sinkovich. A long throw off the bag, but keeping his back foot on is Nelson Santiago. Stretching out into foul territory, but keeping his back foot on. 3 runs come across for the Heat off of 1 hit and 1 error. That big error that left 2 runs a score from Colin Sinkovich. Nobody left on base for the Heat. It's a 7-3 ball game. The Gems are on top as we go to the bottom half of the third. Due up for Klamath Falls, it'll be Alvarado, Brown, and Engman.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you. The Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ, Spires and Pooley, LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much. Taco Bell is proud to support the Klamath Falls Gems. Don't forget to take advantage of the free taco coupon on the back of your Klamath Falls Gems ticket stub. Everyone who comes out to a Klamath Falls Gems game this year can receive a free taco at one of Taco Bell's 2 locations in Klamath Falls. Once again, we'd like to thank Taco Bell for all their support of the Klamath Falls Gems.
Welcome back here to Kiger Stadium. It's Nick Winstead, a 7-3 lead for the Gems as Alvarado Jr. will lead off the bottom half of the third. First pitch down low from number 35, a new pitcher. No, excuse me, same pitcher. Both of these guys sporting number 35. It's a 1-1 count. Now, after a swinging strike from Alvarado, after the initial miss from Davis, glove up in front of his face, shakes off a sign, finds the one he likes, the 1-1. Ripped down the left field line by Alvarado. This one's going all the way to the corner. Alvarado charging for second base. He's going to have a stand-up double to lead off the bottom of the third. As he smoked that one down the left field line, Jack Walsh, the third baseman, had no shot. It'll be Marzell Brown up at the plate. He drove in. Ryan Mendoza with a line drive into right field, his first time up. Shadowing Alvarado is Robles at shortstop. He bunts down the first baseline, foul. Tried to bunt it way up near his head, trying to poke it down the first baseline. Wilhite, the first baseman, was charging in down the line. Doty was there to receive it quickly as it was barely hit a couple feet up the line. It's an 0-1 count now for Brown. Corners are in for the Heat. Davis with the ball behind his back, glove resting his front hip. Brings the ball into his glove below the belt. And the 0-1 pitch way inside. A 1-1 the count. Breaking ball that missed from Davis. It's a 7-3 lead for the Gems. Trying to keep things rolling here. The Gems leading things off. The double down the line. Now Brown trying to keep it going as well. The 1-1 pitch. We'll have to wait as Davis steps off, looks out at Alvarado, who gets back on second base before reestablishing his lead, holding his batting gloves in his left hand. Now he puts one in each. He's being held right behind by Robles. Corner's still in. The pitch up and in the air into right field. It's another single into right from Marzell Brown. Being sent from second base is Alvarado. The play at the plate, and it'll get away from the catcher, Doty. Brown will advance to second base. The tag would have been in time, but he couldn't hold on. And Alvarado scores from second base. A strong throw from Rapolo, cut off by Wilhite. and perfectly delivered at the plate to Doty, but he couldn't hold on the slide from Alvarado. It's an 8-3 lead as Brown comes up clutch again. Brown out at second base. 2 for 2 today. The pair of RBI singles into right field. That'll bring up Isaiah Engman. And late time called by Davis. Home plate umpire Corey Stratton understanding Davis was in his motion, but gave time to Engman. Now he gets the go-ahead to play. Still no outs here in the bottom of the third. And Engman puts a rip into right center field. This one's going to fall, and it'll be cut off by Rapolo in right center field. A strong throw to second base, but sliding in safely and scoring from second base is Brown. A 9-3 lead for the Gems as they continue to pour it on here. Hey, Kiger. It was a 20-18 game down in Sacramento, and it looks like it might be very much the same here in Klamath Falls. Engman coming up clutch as he rips a double into right center field. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of RBIs. Brown scores from second base, and that'll bring up Steven Sordahl, the leadoff hitter. He's 2 for 2. Fastball inside. Pitcher's strike. A 9-3 lead for the Gems. Engman out at second base. The pitch up and in the air into center field. Center fielder Boris camps out underneath it and will collect it. Bluffing the tag is Engman. A strong throw over to third base from Boris for out number 1. And I'll bring up Wes Carswell. Carswell has been to the plate twice, but is 0 for 0. He had a sacrifice bunt his first time up to advance Sordahl his second, and was hit by a pitch, and that brought in a run with the bases loaded. And that drew the ire of Trevor Payne, the manager for the Heat, as he thought that Carswell might have leaned into that one. It's a runner on in scoring position for Carswell now. 1 out. First pitch, fastball inside, called strike. And that will send Jack Doty out to the mound to talk with Connor Davis. No activity in the bullpen for the Heat, so they're going to let Davis work through this, recognizing they've got some big bats in their lineup as well. They put up 3 in the top half of the third, but that was due to a Colin Sinkovich error. It's an 0-1 count for Carswell at the plate. Getting the go-ahead to play from Corey Stratton is Connor Davis. Dancing around out at second base is Engman, and hitting that one twice was Carswell. Gets just a piece of it on the initial swing, but on the follow-through, he sends it back to the backstop. Strike 2. An 0-2 count, 1 out. A 9-3 lead for the Gems here at home in Game 1 of the doubleheader. After first game of the series, due to be played yesterday, was rained out, only the second rain out in Gems history. Engman bouncing around, and this one will be grounded over to the third baseman, Walsh. He plays it off of his body, a throw over to the bag, and trying to get over to third base is Engman, and dropping the throw from Wilhite is the shortstop Robles. Heads up play by Isaiah Engman to go on the throw, and using his speed, he's able to break up potentially a double play to end the inning. Heads up base running from Engman has him 90 feet from home as Nelson Santiago comes to the plate. My fastball not getting that outside call is Davis. Santiago's last time up, he hit a grand slam. Right field wall, and no doubter, the 1-0. And big cut from Santiago. He's trying to get another home run, and that swing of the bat there. It's a 1-1 count. 2 outs. Dropping and firing is Davis. Well, missing the low. Getting the call from Doty. And the pitch. That'll be strike two. A big swing and a miss from Santiago. Moves it to a 2-2 count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. A pair of runs already across for the Gems. Isaiah Engman at third base. The 2-2. Way up high, trying to get him to chase. It's a full count now. It was in a full count that Santiago hit the grand slam. Knowing he's going to get something in the zone here. Deep breath from Davis. The pitch. Up and out of play on the third base side. As Santiago fights that one off. Lives to see another pitch. Isaiah Engman at third base. He was stranded at third base his last time up, back in the second. He's familiar with that territory. The 3-2. Fastball missing high and away. It's a walk as Santiago battles and gets a free trip to first base because of it. Another long inning being put up by the Gems at the plate, forcing Connor Davis to throw a lot of pitches here in the early goings of Game 1 of the doubleheader. Nick Hermes comes to the plate. He had a double into right center field his last time up. Now he's got runners on the corners. 2 outs. The pitch. Fastball down the middle. Strike one. Sitting off speed. Hermes there, not a guy to let a fastball go by. The 0-1. Fastball away. 1-1 the count. Santiago at first base. Engman at third base. The inning started off with an Alvarado double down the left field line. He was brought in by Brown, a single into right. Being sent from second base was Alvarado, the 1-1 pitch. Called strike on the outside half. A 1-2 count now for Hermes, the designated hitter. 1 for 2 today, the double. Big open stance in the left-handed batter's box. Waving the bat behind his left shoulder. The pitch. Down the first baseline, and Wilhite down on both knees, fields it, takes the ball out of his glove, touches first base for out number 3. The Gems played a pair. Alvarado and Brown both scoring. Alvarado on Brown's single, Brown on Engman's single. Engman and Santiago stranded on the base paths. It's a 9-3 lead for the Gems as we go to the fourth. Due up for the Heat, Jackson Murphy, Jake Doty, and Marcus Wilhite.
Klamath Falls Baseball is brought to you with help from Rogue Credit Union. Rogue Credit Union is committed to actively engaging in the communities we serve. Rogue Credit Union, banking and finance since 1956. Living local, it's a Rogue thing. And Quail Park of Klamath Falls, a senior lifestyle community in Klamath Falls, their experienced and caring team of healthcare professionals will treat you and your loved ones like they would treat their own families. Thank you for supporting the Klamath Falls Gems.
Fans, if you own a business and would like your brand to be seen at Kiger Field, give the Gems a call at 541-883-4367 and tell them you would like to discuss the most unique and cost-effective marketing opportunity in the area. Call the Gems at 541-883-GEMS. Leading off the top of the fourth for the Heat, it's the cleanup hitter, number 25, Jackson Murphy. He grounded out to Sekovic at third base. His first time up, he'll step into the right-handed batter's box. It's now a 9-3 lead for the Gems. The top of the third, the Heat able to plate 3 runs, but the Gems respond with a pair of their own. The first pitch of the bottom half of the inning, a big swing and a miss from Murphy. Taking a huge rip at that one. Blowing him by him was Walker. Walker glove up in front of his face. And the 0-1 curveball away. 1-1 the count. Walker works from the first base side of the rubber. Begins his motion. The 1-1. Fastball high. 2-1 the count to Murphy, the left fielder. A big bat in this lineup, sporting white batting gloves. Go along with his wooden bat. And this one is up and in the air over the top of the press box. 2-2 the count to Murphy. The Gems on top of the Heat. 9-3. 10 hits for the Gems, just 2 for the Heat thus far. The pitch. And strike 3. Looking down goes Jackson Murphy. The second looking strike out of the game for Walker. Third overall as they go around the horn for out number 1. That'll bring up Jake Doty, the catcher, who struck out looking, the first strikeout victim of the game, back in the second. And the first pitch from Walker will be ripped into the glove of Carswell at second base, a line out. And that will be quick out number 2 as they'll go from second to short to third to Walker on that one pitch, 1 out. And with that, it'll bring up Marcus Willite, who lined out a soft line to Alvarado at second base, at shortstop to end the top of the second, as this one is rolled over foul for strike 1. The left-handed hitting Willite ended the Gems' bottom half of the third with that unassisted out at first base. The 0-1 way outside. 1-1 the count. As Walker gets a big smile on his face, but I think that's pretty typical for Cam Walker. I don't think I've seen him without a smile on his face. The 1-1 pitch up and into shallow left field. Tracking back is Alvarado at shortstop, and he watches it right into his glove for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for the Heat in the top half of the fourth. We go back to the Gems half of the inning. It'll be Mendoza, Sinkovich, and Alvarado due up for Klamath Falls. It's a 9-3 lead for the Gems. Hey fans, how would you like to book a company or a family group outing at Kiger Stadium? It is a fun way to get everyone together, socialize, and have a great time. Contact the Gems at 541-883-4367 to book your group or to get more information. Get your group booked now by calling 541-883-GEMS.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you.
Welcome back to Gems Live, and Nick Winstead bringing you Gems action all season long. And it's not just the games. We've got a coaches show up, our first coaches show released yesterday. Go and check that out on the YouTube page for the Gems. I sat down with Coach Alvarado and Coach Johnson talking about the first couple weeks of the season, the squad, and the outlook for the rest of the year. A lot of insight from those two guys who know the Gems best as the throw goes down to second base from Doty to Robles. It'll be Brian Mendoza, the catcher, coming up to the plate for the third time this afternoon. He batted twice in the second at 7-run second inning for the Gems. He started it all off with a line drive up the middle and first pitch swinging. He then grounded out to second baseman Brigman for just the second out of the inning. The first pitch in this at-bat will again be swinging. This one up to Robles and right off of his glove at shortstop. Big hop, but that's an error on Robles. Tough play, absolutely, but he's got to be made. And that will bring up Colin Sinkovich. Sinkovich, bunt for a hit his first time up and then grounded out to shortstop Robles to end the 7-run second. He's got Mendoza aboard. And line drive up in the air and will drop into right center field. That one's going to be cut off by the center fielder, Boris. Being sent from first base, now being given the break sign is Mendoza, as that was a strong throw from the outfield. Mendoza took a huge turn around third base as Coach Alvarado was giving him the sign to go home, but then he saw the throw coming in and he flashed the stop sign. Runners on second and third after the Sinkovich double into right center field. And once again, the Gems have put themselves in excellent position to score some runs as Alvarado comes to the plate. He had a double down the left field line his last at bat. He's 1 for 1 with a run scored after sacrificing back in the second. Corners are in for the Heat as Davis takes a step off. He, like Walker, works from the first base side of the rubber, although now he's working from the stretch. Brings the ball into his glove just below the belt, and the first pitch to Alvarado. A huge swing. It'll get away from Doty, and scoring easily from third base is Mendoza. Advancing over to third base is Sinkovich. Looked like a pass ball there as it went right between the wickets of Jack Doty. That'll allow another run across as it is now double digits for the Gems, 10-3. Alvarado right into the glove of Walsh. Another rip down the left side, but this time Walsh in position as Alvarado will still jog down to first base before heading back into the dugout. Nolan Ligon there with his hands up. What are you doing, man? As Alvarado had been scorching hot at the plate in his 7 at-bats. And coming into this game hitting .833 on the year. That'll bring up Marzell Brown, 2 for 2. Pair of RBIs and a pair of runs scored in this game, making the absolute most out of his playing time. Still hitting 1,000 on the year. 3 for 3. And this one is swinging bunt foul. A 1-1 count. In on the handle of Brown, lightly tapped. But tapped foul nonetheless. A 1-1 count. Sinkovich at third base. Mendoza led things off with an error. He's already home. Sinkovich doubled to put them both in scoring position. Now he rests at third base, takes his lead down the line. Walsh not covering the bag, kicking and firing the 1-1. Fastball low, 2-1 the count. As Brown looks down to Coach Alvarado in the third base coaching box before stepping back in. White batting gloves for Marzell. And the 2-1. Chopper back to the mound. Davis looks over to third base and now will go to first base. And for the first time this year, Marzell Brown is retired. That will bring up Isaiah Engman, a right fielder hitting in the 9 spot, but he's really a second leadoff hitter. And as I mentioned his last time, I'm coming into this game hitting .400 on the year, and that's only been helped by his 2 plate appearances, both singles, and he's driven in runs with both of those, both into right field. Nice opposite field approach from Engman, and the pitch called strike 1 as Connor Davis continues to work. 1 run across here in the inning thus far for the Gems. Sinkovich at third base, the 0-1. Fastball low, 1-1 the count. Davis brings the glove up, turns, kicks, and fires. And this one is popped softly up into right center field. Calling everybody off is the second baseman Brigman as he backpedals and gloves that one for out number 3. 1 run comes across for the Gems on 1 hit and 1 error for the Heat, and 1 left aboard. It's a 10-3 lead for Klamath Falls over Sacramento as we go to the 5th. Due up for the Heat, it's the 7, 8, 9 batters, Brigman, Walsh, and Robles. Attention parents and kids, the Gems coaches and players will be conducting a baseball camp June 22nd through June 24th, as well as July 20th through July 22nd for players age 5 through 16. You will get an outstanding instruction in pitching, hitting, infield, outfield, base running, and much more. The cost is just $45 per camper and will be held at the home of the Gems, Kiger Stadium. For more information, log on to KlamathFallsGems.com and go to camp registration. Learn from the very best players. You're
Klamath Falls Gems.
And Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ, Spires and Pooley, LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much.
It's the top of the fifth here in Klamath Falls in game one of this 7-inning doubleheader. A pair of 7-inning games due to be played after yesterday's game was rained out. The first pitch of the fifth is chopped over to the third base side. Sinkovich charging in, and that'll bounce off of his glove. We'll see how that one is ruled. A tough play both sides, but it will go down as an error is charging in, hits off the heel of his glove and past him. That will be a leadoff error for Keenan Brigman, but he's aboard for the second time today. His first time up was a 4-pitch walk. He would come in to score on the Colin Sinkovich error. The third error of the game already for the Gems, 2 being committed thus far by Sinkovich as a called strike. Starts off the at-bat against Walsh. Walsh singled into right field his first time up back in the third. Walker takes a long look over at first base, now comes set at the chest. Peeks over again at Brigman. Go home, and this one is ripped over into the right side. Carswell making a great play to get there for the out, as he had to make a long run deep into the hole on the right side. Got his body in front of it as well, and was able to throw over to first base for the out. Advancing on the play is Brigman over into scoring position at second base as Eric Robles comes to the plate. It was in his at-bat that the Heat plated 2 of their 3 runs, as Sinkovich tried to force a throw on a bunt from Robles. Called strike 1 on the shortstop. And that he ended up sending that one wide of the bag. Santiago had no shot at getting that one. Rolls all the way into right field before Engman can get there and get a throw in. 2 runs come across for the Heat. They tack on 1 more, a sacrifice fly. And that one will hit Eric Robles. So 2 runners on, 1 out. The first hit batsman of the game, for Walker. It'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Chris Rapolo, who was 1 for 2. He struck out in a full count his last time up for the first out of the third, and he chased a pitch off the outside half. It would have been ball 4. And this one is ripped into right center field, dropping, rolling towards the wall. Sordal will play it off of 1 hop off the fence, being sent from second base home is Brigman. Robles will score from first base on the stand-up double from Chris Rapolo. And the Heat continuing to keep themselves in this game, plating runs. Make sure the Gems don't get it too far ahead. It's a 10-5 game now. 1 out here in the top of the fifth as Jimmy Boris comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Reached on an error for hitting a sac fly. Fastball inside as he barely gets out of the way there. A 1-0 count. And by barely, I mean not a lot of effort by Boris. The 1-0 up into the air into left center field. Sordal, Brown, and Alvarado converging. Sordal calls them all off for out number 2. Salazar due up now, the designated hitter for the Heat with a runner aboard. 2 runs already across here in the top half of the fifth, but it's a 10-5 lead for the Gems, using a 7-run bottom of the second to give themselves a little bit of breathing room here as the Heat have continued to produce runs. Walker's first pitch, fastball inside, ball 1. 1-0 count to Salazar, who is 0 for 2 today. A 5-4-3 double play hit into and a 5-3 ground out, so he's been pulling it down to Sinkovich, and a back pick set up. Walker will not use it as he fires off the outside half of the plate to the right-handed hitting Salazar. 2-0 the count, 2 outs. Slight breeze blowing the American flag towards right center field. The pitch Swing and a miss. Strike one. Way out in front of that one was Guillermo Salazar. Salazar listed as an outfielder, the sophomore from UC Davis and Aggie. The 2-1 will have to wait, as that one will see Cam Walker step off and send Rapolo back to second base. Eyeing in at Mendoza, gets the pitch he wants, sets at the chest, and the 2-1 will be ground over through the left side. Getting past Sinkovich, being sent from second base is Rapolo. A throw from Marzell Brown cut off on the infield, and it's an RBI single for Guillermo Salazar. Now a 10-6 lead for the Gems as the Heat continue to chip away. Sinkovich was protecting the line that time. If he had perhaps been in more traditional defensive spacing, he'd had a better shot at that play. But where he was, no attempt made. That'll bring up Jackson Murphy, 0 for 2 on the day. A ground out and a strikeout looking. One runner on, 2 outs as pitch will miss way outside. Ball 1. 3 runs across in the inning for the Heat. They played at 3 in the top of the third to respond to that 7 spot put up by the Gems. Walker fires, and that is in on the hands of Murphy. And Sordal, a diving play. Had to go full extension as that one was hit just hard enough to be out of the reach of Alvarado, but not enough to really have an easy play for Brown or Sordal. He comes all the way in from center field to make that play, and that robs a hit from Jackson Murphy. Out number 3, 2 runs come across on 2 hits for the Heat. It's a 10-6 lead for the Gems as we are going to the bottom half of the 5th. Due up for Klamath Falls, it's the 1-2-3 guys, Sordal, Carswell, and Santiago.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you. The Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ, Spires and Pooley, LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much. Taco Bell is proud to support the Klamath Falls Gems. Don't forget to take advantage of the free taco coupon on the back of your Klamath Falls Gems ticket stub. Everyone who comes out to a Klamath Falls Gems game this year can receive a free taco at one of Taco Bell's 2 locations in Klamath Falls. Once again, we'd like to thank Taco Bell for all their support of the Klamath Falls Gems.
A new pitcher out on the mound for Sacramento as Connor Davis's day is done. He goes 4 innings, gives up 12 hits, 10 runs, strikes out 1, and walks a pair. It's number 19, Andrew Meister, at the plate. First pitch from Meister will be well outside on Sordal. Ball 1. Leading off the bottom half of the 5th after making that spectacular play to end the top half of the 5th. A full extension dive, head first. Back-to-back misses off the outside edge for Meister with his fastball. We saw Meister in the first meeting between these two teams, which is really because we saw most pitchers from both squads. It was a high volume pitches for both teams with so many runs. Becomes a 3-0 count now. Setting at the belt, turning and firing now is Meister. Inside, ball 4. A leadoff walk drawn by the leadoff man, Sordahl. An inauspicious start to the appearance for Meister. Love to come out and get it out. That first guy not issue a 4-pitch walk. And that'll bring up Carswell. Carswell is 0 for 1 today. He had a sacrifice bunt, a hit by a pitch, which brought in a run, but his one actual at-bat as a 5-3 ground out. He's got one on, nobody out here in the bottom half of the fifth. It's a 10-6 lead for the Gems in the bottom half of the fifth of a 7-inning game 1 of the doubleheader, and a called strike on Carswell in the outside half. For Meister, this is his 4th appearance. He's thrown 8 2/3 innings, given up 16 hits, 16 runs, 14 of which are earned, 9 walks to 4 strikeouts. 0-1 on the year in those 3 appearances. He's given up 3 doubles, a triple, and has an ERA of 14.53. The guy being asked to eat some innings potentially here, as they don't want to go to the bullpen, assuming that game 2 will be a much closer affair. It's a 1-1 count now for Carswell. Meister works from the first base side, sets very slowly, working from the stretch still, and getting a great jump is Sordahl. The throw down is in time. Nice tag applied by Robles despite the great jump from Sordahl. So a great arm from Doty, as time will be called, and Alex Alvarado will go out and talk with the field umpire, Joel Woodley, as it looked like Sordahl might have evaded the tag on the outside half of the bag. A good strong throw down by Doty despite that slow delivery from Meister. A quick conversation between Alvarado and Woodley as Alvarado will jog back to the third base coaching box. Now it's a 2-1 count with 1 out for Carswell after Sordahl is caught stealing. The 2-1 pitch will roll all the way to the backstop. A fastball that cut away from Meister. Meister sets, working back from the windup. And the pitch. Up and in the air on the third base side. Walsh with the glove up in front of his face, running over, and we'll watch it take a big hop right in front of the stands on the third base pavilion. And no chance there for Walsh to get that one. It becomes strike 2. As Carswell will dig back into the right-handed batter's box. Getting the go-ahead to play is Meister. The pitch on its way. Inside, ball 4. And that's back-to-back walks for Meister to start off his appearance. Sordahl was caught stealing, so Carswell the only man aboard. And that'll bring up Nelson Santiago. Santiago is 1 for 2 with a walk, but that one hit, a grand slam into right field. Carswell takes his lead at first base. Breaking ball, called strike on the outside half against the left-handed hitting Santiago, the righty-lefty matchup. Santiago, an open stance in the left-handed box. Setting at the belt and making a quick throw over to first base is Meister. Diving in head first safely, however, is Carswell. His right hand on the bag well in time before Wilhite can apply the tag. So no 1 count, 1 out as Carswell inches towards second base. And the pitch high and away on the outside. 1-1 the count. It's a 10-6 lead for the Gems here in the bottom half of the fifth. Most of that work being done in the bottom of the second. A 7-run bottom of the second. Setting now and firing. And big changeup. Called strike. 1-2 the count now for Nelson Santiago. 1 out, 1 on. And a little bit of chin music there for Santiago. And getting a long look from Meister now is Nelson Santiago. It's a 2-2 count as Santiago had to tumble out of the box. He stayed upright but was off balance. Throw over to first base. The B move from Meister, just trying to get Carswell back on the bag. It's a 2-2 count, 1 out. First baseman Santiago at the plate. Hermes in the on-deck circle. Mendoza in the hole. The 2-2. Fastball away. 3-2 the count. And that is 3 straight at-bats for Nelson Santiago that he has been able to run the count full. In his first at-bat, it was a 2-2 count that he swung on and missed for strike 3. But after that, he's been able to eat a lot of pitches from both now Connor Davis and Andrew Meister. The full count pitch way inside, and that will be a ball 4 as he flips his bat over towards the Gems dugout. 2 runners on, and that is the 3rd straight walk of the appearance for Meister. That'll bring up Hermes, the designated hitter, who is 1 for 3, has hit a double into right center field right on the tail end of that Santiago grand slam, trying to keep the inning alive. He would be stranded at 3rd. The Gems have stranded 5 players thus far en route to their 10-6 lead over the Heat. Carswell with his lead out at second base, and first pitch away. And with that, Jack Doty is going to go have a conversation with Meister. He's just having trouble finding the strike zone. He's issued 3 walks. The only out in the inning is because Sordahl was caught stealing. Carswell did put one up and out of play on the third base side, but besides that, the Gems aren't really swinging up there. And now, to be sure, they're being told it has to be perfect as this guy struggling to find the strike zone. He's had back-to-back full counts, but has missed badly on those full count pitches. It's a 1-0 count now to Hermes. Hermes with a .438 on-base percentage. With 2 runners on, he's got a .538 slugging percentage. He's going to try and improve that with 1 swing of the bat. He comes up empty on his first swing. It's a 1-1 count. Swinging over the top on the outside half. Another righty-lefty matchup. Back-to-back lefties in the order. Back-to-back-to-back, I should say, as Santiago, Hermes, and Mendoza all swing from the left side. The 1-1. And taking strike 2 is Nick Hermes. He'll take a step outside of the box. Perhaps not too pleased with that call. Corey Stratton, the home plate umpire. It's a 1-2 count. 1 out, 2 runners on. A 10-6 lead for Klamath Falls at home in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Double taking out of Carswell is Meister. The 1-2 pitch. Way outside. 2-2 the count. Nelson Santiago urging on Hermes from his position at first base. He takes his lead. Wilhite well off the bag, not covering. Robles right behind Carswell out at second base. It's a 2-2 count. Meister sets and fires. And fighting off that pitch is Hermes. He sends it over to the on-deck circle for the Gems. Ryan Mendoza plays it off of a couple of hops, and Perry Hansen sends it over to the Bat Boys. 3 Bat Boys today for the Gems. If you arrive early enough, you too can be a bat person for the Gems. And also, if you arrive even earlier still, you could play catch with the Gems. If you get here, be able to throw the ball around with these guys as Hermes laces one foul down the first base line. Again, staying alive as he started to see Meister a little bit better still. A lot of pitches here for Meister. Has issued 3 straight walks to start off his appearance. He took over for Connor Davis. Gave up those 10 runs to the Gems. The 10-6 lead for Klamath Falls. Ball behind the back of Meister, brings it into his glove, sets at the belt. Looks back at Carswell, the 2-2. And swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to go around up high. And breaking up the chain of walks is a strikeout, the first of the game for Andrew Meister. That'll bring up Ryan Mendoza, who's hitting for the 4th time this game. Mendoza steps into left-handed batter's box. Carswell at second, Santiago at first. And first pitch misses way outside. It's supposed to be a breaking ball. 1-0 count for Mendoza, who reached on an error his last time up. A hard hit ball to shortstop. Robles couldn't field it properly. Took a big hop and bounced right over his glove on his left shoulder side. It's a 1-0 count. The pitch, again missing well outside, is Meister. Nobody up in the pen for the Heat. Despite Meister's control issues thus far, he's throwing a lot of pitches, has 2 outs to show for it, but just 1 on the strikeout, 1 on a caught stealing. So he tries to hone it in here. The 2-0. Up high, 3-0 the count, as Coach Johnson from his spot on the first base coaching box says, "That's that a boy, leave it. It's got to be perfect." It's a 3-0 count now. And Ryan Mendoza, odds are for him taking all the way here. Setting at the belt. And now the 3-0 pitch. Fastball inside for strike 1. Good response pitch from Meister, who, as I have mentioned, has struggled thus far. He has had 2 strike counts his last 3 batters, but has walked 2 out of the 3. It's a 3-1 count now. 2 outs, 2 on. The pitch, way outside, easy take, ball 4. 4th walk of the inning. Will load the bases. That'll bring up Colin Sinkovich. Sinkovich had a double into right center field his last time up to put runners on second and third. He and Mendoza. He's got the bases loaded here. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. 10-6 lead, and the pitch swung on, rolled up the back of the screen about halfway up here to the press box, which sits on top of the overhang. Great views up here of Clem Bradbury Field at Kiger Stadium, home of the Gems and several other baseball teams here in the Klamath Falls area. It's an 0-1 count, 2 outs. The pitch. Fastball inside, 1-1 the count. Sinkovich, double in his last at bat, has a bunt for a hit that was not a great bunt, to be truthful, but Marcus Wilhite had a tough angle coming at it from first base, couldn't apply the tag, and has also grounded out. 2 for 3. Now he comes to the plate with the bases loaded. The 1-1. 2-1 the count. His changeup misses inside. Sinkovich getting out of the way of that one. Mendoza at first base. Santiago at second base. Carswell at third base. It's a 2-1 count. Meister, the pitch. Sent right up to the top of the press box and hits off the front of the net and finds its way back down to the playing surface. 2-2 count now, as Meister has the opportunity to get out of the inning with no runs across despite 4 walks. It would be the first time the Gems haven't scored since the bottom of the first. It's a 2-2 count. The pitch. Another miss on the breaking ball inside. It's another full count for Meister. That's 3 full counts this inning. Ball behind his back. Has to put it in the strike zone lest he walk in a run. The 3-2. And that'll run all the way to the backstop. Ball 4. That is the 5th walk. And an RBI picked up by Colin Sinkovich on the walk. And continues to be nothing going on thus far for the Heat, as 2 guys now will get up in the pen. And a trip out to the mound from the Heat staff. Trying to buy some time here, as Andrew Meister's had a nightmarish 2/3 of an inning. 5 walks, 1 run coming across. The 2 outs coming on a caught stealing and a strikeout. Swordall, the first man to be issued a walk, tried to get into scoring position for Carswell, but he was gunned down by Doty, and tag applied by Robles. Nick Hermes was in a 2-2 count, and he chased up high for strike 3, but after that, back-to-back walks for Mendoza and Sinkovich. That'll bring up Alex Alvarado. Alvarado 1 for 2 on the day, a double down the left field line, and a laser into the glove of the third baseman, Jack Walsh, who was in play in the corner, and he's back off the bag now. It's bases loaded, 2 outs, an 11-6 lead for the Gems. The pitch. First pitch swinging, softly rolled over to the second baseman, Brigman. He charges in on it, will take his time to first base, and he will gun out Alvarado. First pitch swinging for Alvarado leaves the bases loaded for the Gems. 1 run comes across on no hits. Those 5 walks coming back to hurt Andrew Meister, and has 1 strikeout to go along with those 5 walks. 1 run, as I mentioned, comes across for the Gems. It's an 11-6 lead for Klamath Falls as we go to the 6th. Due up for Sacramento, it's the heart of the order. Jake Doty, Marcus Willite, and Keenan Brigman.
Klamath Falls Baseball is brought to you with help from Rogue Credit Union. Rogue Credit Union is committed to actively engaging in the communities we serve. Rogue Credit Union, banking and finance since 1956. Living local, it's a Rogue thing. And Quail Park of Klamath Falls, a senior lifestyle community in Klamath Falls, their experienced and caring team of healthcare professionals will treat you and your loved ones like they would treat their own families. Thank you for supporting the Klamath Falls Gems.
Fans, if you own a business and would like your brand to be seen at Kiger Field, give the Gems a call at 541-883-4367 and tell them you would like to discuss the most unique and cost-effective marketing opportunity in the area. Call the Gems at 541-883-GEMS.
Cam Walker back out on the mound for the Gems as he's been putting up a gem thus far for his Klamath Falls squad. Coming from the NWAC, not too far away. Cam Walker, the righty, 6'6", 215-pounder, a sophomore from Walla Walla Community College. Be facing up against number 30, Jake Doty. And the first pitch will hit Doty. Cam Walker, after all that praise, tags Jake Doty in the back as he will make his way over to first base. Marcus Wilhite comes to the plate. Wilhite 0 for 2 with a line out to shortstop and a pop out to shortstop for the left-handed hitting first baseman for the Heat. Walker leaning in as Doty takes his lead at first base, and that will be ball outside on Willite. As now the mound and home plate all encompassed in shade. For a time there's the pitcher out in the sun, ball breaking into the shadows, tough for a hitter to pick up. It's a 2-0 count now after another miss to the outside half. Santiago covering the bag at first. The pitch inside, 3-0 the count for Cam Walker. See if he can find the strike zone here, lest he put 2 guys aboard. Free passes, and taking all the way for strike 1 is Willite. Down the middle from Walker as a breeze starts to pick up here at Kiger Stadium, blowing the American flag from center field towards right field. Walker sets at the chest, kicks and fires the 2-1. That will be ripped through the right side of the infield, going out to Engman. Engman there quickly to back it up, but it is a single for Willite. His first hit of the game puts 2 runners on. Nobody out for Keenan Brigman. Brigman 0 for 1, but has scored a pair of runs his first time up, a 4-pitch walk. Then he reached on an error and scored in the 5th. And with that, Alex Alvarado will go out to the mound to talk with Cam Walker. Very solid effort thus far for Walker, but it looks like his day is done. It's a 11-6 win as Walker will head off. Coming out from the bullpen, we've got a right-hander. Looks like number 30, Ben Tennell, coming in from the bullpen. So with that, we'll have a quick break here. It's an 11-6 lead for the Gems, but 2 runners on, nobody out for the Heat.
Hey fans, how would you like to book a company or a family group outing at Kiger Stadium? It is a fun way to get everyone together, socialize, and have a great time. Contact the Gems at 541-883-4367 to book your group or to get more information. Get your group booked now by calling 541-883-GEMS.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family-owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you.
Attention parents and kids, the Gems coaches and players will be conducting a baseball camp June 22nd through June 24th, as well as July 20th through July 22nd for players age 5 through 16. You will get an outstanding instruction in pitching, hitting.
Ben Tennell is all heated up out on the mound. He's coming into a less than ideal situation, 2 on, nobody out, and he fires up a first pitch fastball high to Keenan Brigman. Jake Doty at second base after he was hit by a pitch. Marcus Willite at first base. Sent back to the back screen on a foul from Brigman, strike 1. Tennell leaning in towards Mendoza. Double play depth up the middle. Third baseman Sinkovich in on the grass, a couple steps off now. He'd work his way in. The 1-1 up and out of play behind the press box. Strike 2. For Tennell, it is his 3rd appearance. He has 1 start on the year, and that was a complete game in a doubleheader against the Bighorns. So he has experience in these doubleheaders. He's given up 13 innings in 7 1/3. Snap throw over to first base off the bag. 2-2 the count now as they were trying to catch Marcus Willite napping. For Tennell, he's given up 8 runs, all of which are earned, 1 walk to 5 strikeouts. He's 0-2 on the year as another one will be sent back to the back screen. He's given up 4 doubles. He's got a 9.81 ERA on the year, but a lot of those runs picked up in situations similar to these, just coming in off the bench and less than ideal, as this one is a check swing drive into left center field. Sordahl plays it off of 1 hop. A strong throw will be cut off by Alvarado. Holding up his swing there was Brigman, but coming off the hand of Tennell fast enough and enough bat speed for Brigman to send that into left center field. That'll load the bases for the Heat. Doty at third base, Willite at second, Brigman at first, and Jack Walsh, the third baseman, at the plate. He's 1 for 2 today, a single into right field and a ground out to Carswell at second base. Tennell leans in, brings the ball into his glove and fires, and that one is shot right over the heads of the Gems on the first base dugout, and eliciting some yells from the Gems. As everybody's okay, but scary moment nonetheless. It's an 0-1 count. And fastball up a little bit high. 1-1 the count for Walsh. Tennell, ball behind his back. He closes off his body so the hitter can't see any of the pre-pitch stuff. Checking his swing, called strike 2 on Walsh. Definitely a strikeout situation here. Bases loaded, nobody out. Tennell, the 1-2. Away, 1-2. It becomes 2-2. Trying to work that outside corner, but Corey Stratton not expanding out quite that far. Bases loaded for the Heat. It's an 11-6 game. Fastball up high, 3-2 the count now. As Jack Walsh thought he had a free pass to first base, and he's got to make a slow trot back to the box. Pick up his bat and wait for another pitch. Double tapping home plate as he sets back into the box. Tennell fires the payoff pitch, and this one is again fouled first base side as Nick Hermes hops over the dugout half fence and retrieves it for hopping back in. It's a full count yet again as Walsh and Tennell battle with the bases loaded. No outs in the top of the 6th. The pitch high and inside, ball 4. And a look back from Walsh at the home plate umpire, maybe saying, well, I got it regardless. But it is an RBI for Walsh, the first walk of the game for Tennell, just in his second batter walks in a run. Jake Doty, who was hit by a pitch by Walker to start off the inning, is the run scored. Wilhite moves to third, Brigman to second, and Walsh at first base. Some fresh baseballs being delivered out to the home plate umpire by the bat boy here tonight. And Tennell will start rubbing up the fresh one. Still no outs here for the Heat in the top of the 6th. They trail the Gems now by a score of 11-7. As Tennell, working from the first base side, has got his right foot along the rubber. Pinky toe just barely touching the mound. First pitch, fastball, lasered in against Eric Robles, the 9-hole hitter. He is 0 for 1 today, but he has scored a pair of runs. He reached on an error in his first time up, and that error brought in 2 runs for the Heat as Mendoza drops to his knees to block a pitch on the outside half to make it a 1-1 count. And Robles' other at bat, he was hit by a pitch and scored, scoring in the 3rd and 5th innings. 7 runs total for the Heat. Fastball outside, not getting that outside call that had been there for most of this game. Now Corey Stratton electing to tighten up that zone, not helping out Ben Tennell too much. It's a 2-1 count, bases loaded, still no outs. And this one is rolled foul. 2-2 the count. Chance for the Heat to get right back into this game despite giving up a 7-run bottom of the 2nd. They've been able to keep themselves within striking distance, plating 3 runs in the 3rd, 3 runs in the 5th, and now have got the bases loaded. 1 run already across here in the top of the 6th. The 2-2. Will miss outside. Back-to-back full counts being put up by Ben Tennell. He's got to bring it in to the strike zone here lest he walk in back-to-back runs. Tennell sets the 3-2. Strike 3 looking. Found that outside corner, and Eric Robles can't believe it. He's stayed in the box about 3 beats after he got rung up. It's the first strikeout for Tennell, and it comes in a huge spot. Now a double play can end the inning. Only 1 run across. Chris Rapolo coming to the plate. His last time up, he doubled into right center field to bring in a pair of runs for the Heat. He has a chance to come up big again as another one is shot into the Gems dugout. And this time, just narrowly missing a player. Jumping out of the way. The 0-1 will be bounced in off the outside half, but Mendoza out there quickly to retrieve it. It's a 1-1 count to Rapolo. Rapolo is 2 for 3 on the day. He was caught stealing back in the first, as Ryan Mendoza showed the Heat why they shouldn't test him. It's a 1-1 count. The pitch. A drive into center field. Drifting back and gloving it is Sordal. The throw will go to the third base side, trying to keep Bringman from going to third, but he gets a good jump. Wilhite comes in on the sacrifice fly. It is now an 11-8 lead for the Gems. The Heat continuing to chip away here at Kiger Stadium. Bentonell out on the mound, took over 2 runners on, proceeded to give up a single and a walk. He struck out one, and now gotten a sac fly. He's 1 out from getting out of the inning. 2 runs are to cross for the Heat. First pitch swinging up and in the air on the third base side. Fair ball down the left field line. Being sent from first base, now getting the hold sign from third base coach for the Heat. A late check and nearly stumbling was Jack Walsh. Scoring on the play is Bringman. 3 runs across now for the Heat as they continue to chip away. A bloop single down the left field line. Now Aaron Johnson will head out to the mound to talk with Bentonell. Tennell had looked so sharp against the Bighorns in the game 2 of the doubleheader, but his last 2 appearances have been lackluster, which is disappointing for everyone, really, because Tennell, we know that he's got the stuff. He just hasn't been able to bring it up to that same level we saw in Reno. Of course, these last 2 appearances have been in relief and being injected into tough situations, but the team knows he can handle it. So a conversation out on the mound between Mendoza, Johnson, and Tennell. 2 outs. 1 runner at third base after Jimmy Boris blooped one down the left field line, scoring one. Jack Walsh at third base. Boris at second base. I'll bring up Guillermo Salazar, who had an RBI single grounded through the left side in his left step at. First pitch, fastball off the outside half, not getting that outside call. 1-0 the count. Guillermo 1 for 3. And now 2-0 the count. This one further off. An easy ball call for Corey Stratton. A Let's Go Gems clap starting on the first base side. 11-9 the score. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. Way out in front of it was Salazar. The Heat have plated 3 runs in the third, 3 runs in the fifth, and now 3 runs in the sixth. Tennell working from the first base side. The 2-1 will be bounced way outside. 3-1 the count. He's got a base open, but shouldn't really be in the business of putting guys aboard, especially with Jackson Murphy, the cleanup hitter, due up next. Try and get out of it here. To 3-1 on its way. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Going around early again is Salazar. A 3-2 count, 2 outs, 3 runs across for the Heat. The pitch up and in the air into shallow center field. Sordal camps out underneath it and will glove it for out number 3. 3 runs come across for the Heat. It's an 11-9 ball game as we go to the bottom of the 6th, Due up for the Gems in the bottom half of the inning. It'll be Brown, Engman, and Sordal.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you. Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ, Spires and Pooley, LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much. Taco Bell is proud to support the Klamath Falls Gems. Don't forget to take advantage of the free taco coupon on the back of your Klamath Falls Gems ticket stub. Everyone who comes out to a Klamath Falls Gems game this year can receive a free taco at one of Taco Bell's 2 locations in Klamath Falls. Once again, we'd like to thank Taco Bell for all their support of the Klamath Falls Gems.
Hey fans, how would you like to book a company or a family group outing at Kiger Stadium? It is a fun way to get everyone together, socialize, and have a great time. Contact the Gems at 541-883-4367 to book your group or to get more information. Get your group booked now by calling 541-883-GEMS.
New man out on the mound for the Heat, number 17, Donnie Gardner, the sophomore from Butte College, standing at 6'3", 205 pounds, a righty hurler who calls Fairfield, California home. Be taking over after 1 inning from Meister. Davis got the start. He went 4 innings, gave up 10 of the 11 runs the Gems have now, but it's an 11-9 game. The Heat have consistently put up runs. They put up 3 in the third, 3 in the fifth, and 3 in the sixth. The Gems doing the bulk of their scoring in the bottom of the second. 7 runs put up in that bottom half of that inning. And so with that, Donnie Gardner trying to keep the Gems in check, hoping that the Heat can have one more inning in them. Marzell Brown at the plate. First pitch swinging a big chopper to the shortstop Robles. He plays it on too high, hops a strong throw off the bag, but keeping his back foot on somehow was Marcus Wilhite. And if you remember, I mentioned at the top of the broadcast that Wilhite had some nifty footwork back in Sacramento. He shows that off here to retire Brown for the second time this game. He's now 2 for 2. His first 2 at-bats, a pair of singles into right field, and now a pair of groundouts. He's hitting 500 in this game. He came into this game hitting 1,000 in his 1 at-bat. Isaiah Engman steps into the plate and gets first pitch ball fired out from Gardner. And this one comes way inside from Gardner. It is a lime green Nike shoes and long pants for Gardner. Works from the first base side, the 2-0. Swing and a miss, strike 1. And the Heat bench erupts after that swing and a miss. It's almost as if they had never seen one before. It's a 2-1 count, 1 out. The pitch. Curveball dropped in for strike 2. Working that inside part of the plate as the zone seems to expand a little bit for Stratton on either side. It's a 2-2 count. The pitch well outside, 3-2 the count on Engman with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. An 11-9 lead for the Gems. It's a payoff pitch coming up from Gardner. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Going down is Engman, way out in front of that one as Gardner took a bit off of that. 2 up, 2 down for the Gems. That'll roll over to the top of the order now. Steven Swerdal, the leadoff hitter, coming to the plate. He is 2 for 3 today. Pair of singles, a run scored, a flyout. He was also walked and caught stealing back in the 5th as he comes up and puts one high into the air on the right field side. Rapolo running after it and makes the sliding catch. Beautiful play by Rapolo as he pops up, flips it into his right hand, and leaves it out on the mound for the Gems. The Gems go 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 6th. The Heat come back with their hot bats trying to take the lead for the first time today. It's an 11-9 lead for the Gems as we go to the 7th in the first game of this doubleheader.
Klamath Falls Baseball is brought to you with help from Rogue Credit Union. Rogue Credit Union is committed to actively engaging in the communities we serve. Rogue Credit Union, banking and finance since 1956. Living local, it's a Rogue thing. And Quail Park of Klamath Falls, a senior lifestyle community in Klamath Falls. Their experienced and caring team of healthcare professionals will treat you and your loved ones like they would treat their own families. Thank you for supporting the Klamath Falls Gems.
Fans, if you own a business and would like your brand to be seen at Kiger Field, give the Gems a call at 541-883-4367 and tell them you would like to discuss the most unique and cost-effective marketing opportunity in the area. Call the Gems at 541-883-GEMS.
Zach Lewandowski will take over for Tennell here in the top of the seventh. A save situation for Lewandowski. He's making his third appearance on the year. He has one start. He's thrown 9 innings, giving up 22 hits, 15 runs, 10 of which are earned, and that was in a 23-11 loss to the Bighorns. Game that got away early from the Gems, and Zach was asked to just continue to eat innings there in the blowout. He's walked 4, struck out 7. He's 0-1 on the year in that one start. He has given up 4 doubles. He's got an ERA of 10 on the nose. He'll be facing up against Jackson Murphy, the only guy not to bat in the top of the 6th for the Heat. He is 0 for 3 today. His last time up, he had a hit robbed from him by Steven Sordahl. Full extension dive into left center field as he comes up in the top of the 7th in a 7-inning game of the game 1 of this doubleheader. Fastball high and inside, ball 1 as jawing goes back and forth between the two dugouts. Things getting a little bit chippy here in game 1. It's a 1-0 count. Lewandowski, the lefty, firing. Fastball inside, 2-0 the count to Murphy. As Murphy takes a step out, his back end of his jersey has escaped from his pants. It's a 2-0 count. White batting gloves for Murphy. The pitch. Ripped foul on the first base side. Strike 1. Lewandowski working from the first base side of the rubber. Eyeing in at Mendoza. Calling the game. Nods in agreement with Mendoza. The 2-1 pitch will run well over that glove of Mendoza all the way to the backstop. 3-1 the count. An 11-9 lead for the Gems. In jeopardy as the Heat have scored 6 in the last 2 frames. Put themselves within striking distance here. And checking his swing, but a called strike regardless. And a long look back from Jackson Murphy. He didn't agree with that one. He did hold back, but it was a called strike nonetheless. And maybe that's what he was none too pleased about. But it looked like a strike from up here. It's a full count now for Lewandowski. The pitch. Strike 3 looking, and again Murphy takes a long look back at Stratton before looking down at the plate. And he is retired for the 4th time today. 2nd time struck out looking, the first strikeout victim for Lewandowski. That brings up number 30, Jake Doty, the catcher. 0 for 2 today. He was hit by a pitch to start off the 3-run top of the 6th. Fastball, called strike 1 on the inside half on Doty as he takes a quick step out of the right-handed batter's box before digging back in, looking at his black bat. Mendoza sets up on the outside half. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Both teams up on the rail. A very limited amount of players, obviously, in the Gems dugout, but their bullpen way down on the right field side. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3-pitch, see you later for Jake Doty. Back-to-back strikeouts for Lewandowski. And it'll bring up Marcus Willite. Willite, 1 for 3 today. coming to the plate, trying to extend the game for the Heat. Lewandowski, glove resting on his front hip, ball behind his back. Brings the ball into his glove at the chest, sets at the belt, the first pitch. Fastball, called strike one, tagging that outside half in the lefty-lefty matchup. Lewandowski setting and firing. Fastball up high, 1-1 the count. As he'll retrieve that ball out in front of the mound, work his way back to the first base side of the rubber. The 1-1 from Lewandowski, tipped into the glove, strike two. And now the Heat down to their final strike here in game one of the doubleheader. There'll be a 30-minute break in between the two games. The 1-2. Fastball just missing off the outside edge. The 11-9 lead for the Gems. Coming down to this one batter, Marcus Willite, the 2-2. Swung on and missed, tagged by Mendoza. Out number 3. Zach Lewandowski strikes out the side in the top of the 7th for the victory in game one of the doubleheader. The Gems prevail 11-9. The Heat plate their 9 runs on 7 hits, helped out by 3 Gems errors and 3 left aboard for the Heat. As for the Gems, they're 11 runs coming off of 12 hits, 1 Heat error, and 8 runners left aboard for Klamath Falls. It was the bottom of the second, the catalyst for the victory this evening for Klamath Falls. A 7 spot put up by the Gems, highlighted by Nelson Santiago's grand slam over the right field wall. His first home run of the year blew the game wide open. It was a 3-0 lead for the Gems, and explodes to a 7-0 lead, but gave the Heat a lot of credit. They put themselves in position to make a run at the end. It comes up short, but to be down 7 runs and continue to chip away, only falling by 2, shows that this team is full of, 1, good batters, but 2, mentally strong baseball players. We'll have game 2 of the doubleheader coming up in 30 minutes. I'll take a quick break and be back, but game 2 starts in 30 minutes. Hello and welcome back into the broadcast booth here atop Kiger Stadium. I'm Nick Winstead. The Gems taking on the Heat yet again today. Game 1 went to the Gems by a final score of 11-9. The Gems defeating the Heat for the second time this year. The first game between those two squads way back, the second game of the season, was a 20-18 victory, and this one 11-9. And we move into game 2 of the doubleheader. Dakota Wendell out on the mound for the Gems. He'll be facing up against Chris Rapolo, leading off once again for the Heat. In the first game, Rapolo went 2 for 3 with 3 runs driven in. Bunt down the third base line. Wendell will field it, and a throw has to be off the bag, fielded by Santiago as Sinkovic and Wendell collide, and that might have been just enough to throw Wendell's aim off, and we'll rule it as a hit for Rapolo to start off the game, an infield hit. I'll bring up Jimmy Boris, the center fielder, hitting in the 2 spot, just like in game 1. Relatively few switches for both squads, despite the doubleheader, and a game still tomorrow to be played between these two squads. Wendell sets and fires. Fastball on the outside half. 1-0 the count now. Defensively for the Gems, Santiago at first base, Alvarado at second base, McKee at shortstop, Sinkovic at third. Rapolo takes his lead. Fastball called strike 1 on the outside half as the lights come on here at Kiger Stadium. (8:10) first pitch. It's a 1-1 count. 1 on, no outs. Quick throw over to first base from Wendell. Diving in headfirst safely is Rapolo. Wendell works from the third base side of the rubber. A new, fresh infield as the Gems. And a throw to first base, and picked off is Chris Rapolo. And heading out to the field umpire is Trevor Payne. He tossed his clipboard in the dugout before making his slow trot. Now it's a jog out, and now the first base coach out there as well talking. Lucky he did not get tossed there. It's number 17, Donnie Gardner, coaching first base, getting in the face of the umpire. Now the head coach will go out and have a conversation with the field umpire, Corey Stratton, who moved from behind the plate to out of the field. Joel Woodley calling the balls and strikes, and still talking out there after Rapolo was picked off by Wendell. Much less animated conversation between Payne and the field umpire Stratton than it was between Gardner and the field umpire. And with that, jogging back to the dugout on the third base side is Payne. And Wendell will step back onto the third base side, working from the windup now after picking off Rapolo. It's a 1-1 count. 1 out, the kick and fire. Fastball high. 2-1 the count as these two teams continue to jaw back and forth. Things started getting chippy in the last innings and has continued here. Swing and a miss, strike 2 for Boris. Boris was 1 for 3. Reached on an error in his first at bat, hit a sac fly his second time up, flew out and then singled, and off the end of the bat into the 6-hole, cut off by Sinkovic. A throw low, but picked nicely by Santiago, leaning out and being able to grab it for out number 2. Sinkovic had to dive to cut that one off in the hole. McKee playing behind him, waiting, making sure it doesn't get out into left field. But with the speed of Boris, Sinkovic knew he had to cut it off in the hole. That'll bring up number 26, the left fielder, Guillermo Salazar. He takes a huge cut his first time up and comes up empty. He takes a deep breath and digs back in. The lines not being entirely re-chalked, but the batting boxes were. Another swing and a miss from Salazar. Strike 2. The infield was all raked out, driven over by the tractor with the drag behind it. The 0-2. Fastball outside, trying to get Salazar to chase. He stays off. A 1-2 count, 2 outs. Here in the top of the first. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball outside and blocked nicely by Mendoza. 2-2 count. Wendell, glove up in front of the face, turns to the third base side, kicks and fires the 2-2, and that one is shot off of one hop to Sinkovich as he loads and fires. Back-to-back 5-3 putouts end the top of the first. Chris Rapolo got aboard on an infield single, was picked off, and then a pair of grounders will get Wendell out of the first. We go to the bottom half of the first. It'll be Sordal, McKee, and Santiago due up for the Gems in a scoreless ball game.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family-owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you. The Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ, Spires and Pooley, LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much. Taco Bell is proud to support the Klamath Falls Gems. Don't forget to take advantage of the free taco coupon on the back of your Klamath Falls Gems ticket stub. Everyone who comes out to a Klamath Falls Gems game this year can receive a free taco at one of Taco Bell's 2 locations in Klamath Falls. Once again, we'd like to thank Taco Bell for all their support of the Klamath Falls Gems.
And number 32, Karsten Lee getting loose for the Heat. The Heat used 3 pitchers in game 1. Davis, who got the start, went 4 innings. Then a pair of relievers, Meister and Gardner, each threw 1 inning at the end, trying to save perhaps some of their bullpen. Realize not only is there a game 2, but there's a game tomorrow as well. It'll be Steve Sordal leading things off for the Gems, staying in that leadoff spot. For the Gems, he went 2 for 4 in game 1. Scored a run. Also caught stealing after he walked in the bottom of the 5th. He takes a step out now for digging back in against Lee. And first pitch swinging up and over the first base pavilion and into the parking lot. Strike 1 for Sordal. It's an 0-1 count. The pitch. Called strike on the outside half. Lee asking for the count from the home plate umpire, Woodley, who tells him it is 0-2 for the leadoff hitter, Sordal. Nods in agreement with Vidales doing the catching. Begins his motion. The pitch. Fastball off the outside half, just a little bit too far off the outside. Both of these umpires given a little bit off the plate. Stratton in game 1 and now Woodley in game 2. It's a 1-2 count to the leadoff man Sordal. A scoreless game here in the bottom of the first. Another 7-inning game coming up between these two squads. The 1-2. Low on the slider. 2-2 the count. Sordal stepping back in. A slightly open stance in the right-handed batter's box. Squats down low. The 2-2. Up into the air, foul on the first base side as he stays alive. Slight breeze pushing the American flag off of the pole out in center field, just barely moving it towards the scoreboard, situated in right center field. The 2-2 pitch. Ground under the glove of the first baseman Doty on the backhand, and he goes over and touches the bag himself for out number 1. Doty, who caught game 1, out at first base now for game 2. Brigman remains the second baseman, as does Robles at shortstop. Schoenberger enters action for the first time today at third base. Guillermo Salazar moves from designated hitter to left field. Boris in center field. Rapolo in right. And as I mentioned, Vidales doing the catching for Lee. 1 out for Keone McKee at the plate. Fastball, strike 1 called. Tagging that black on the outside edge. Lee begins his motion. Called strike 2, an off-speed pitch now. He's got McKee 0-2. 1 out here in the bottom of the first. The pitch. Well outside, trying to get McKee to chase, but not a very tasty offering. The 1-2. Tipped into the glove, strike 3. Down goes McKee, the first strikeout of the game, and that'll bring up Nelson Santiago, the first baseman for the Gems. Santiago hit that grand slam in the second to blow the game open, a 7-0 lead as he skied one over the right field wall. 2 outs, nobody on for Santiago now, and the first pitch of his at-bat, fastball inside, called strike 1. The righty-lefty matchup between Lee and Santiago. For Lee, this is his 5th appearance, 3rd start. He's thrown 7 1/3 innings as he gets called strike 2 on Santiago, trying to go up 3 down, just like Dakota Wendell did for the Gems. Of course, Wendell ended up giving up a hit, but picking off Rapolo. Fastball away, 1-2 the count. Lee's given up 17 hits, 15 runs, 12 of which are earned, 5 walks to 5 strikeouts, 0-1 on the year, a 14.72 ERA as he misses away, 2-2 the count. A beautiful day is given way to a chilly night here in Klamath Falls. The 2-2 pitch. And strike 3 getting rung up is Santiago. Back-to-back strikeouts to end the first inning. A scoreless inning between these two high-powered offenses. We go to the top of the second. For the Heat, it'll be Doty, Brigman, and Chavez due up.
Klamath Falls Baseball is brought to you with help from Rogue Credit Union. Rogue Credit Union is committed to actively engaging in the communities we serve. Rogue Credit Union, banking and finance since 1956. Living local, it's a Rogue thing. And Quail Park of Klamath Falls, a senior lifestyle community in Klamath Falls, their experienced and caring team of healthcare professionals will treat you and your loved ones like they would treat their own families. Thank you for supporting the Klamath Falls Gems.
Fans, if you own a business and would like your brand to be seen at Kiger Field, give the Gems a call at 541-883-4367 and tell them you would like to discuss the most unique and cost-effective marketing opportunity in the area. Call the Gems at 541-883-GEMS.
Dakota Wendell back out on the mound for the Gems after he induced 3 grounders, one of which ended up being an infield hit, but then 2 groundouts to third base to end the top of the first. Now in the top of the second, it'll be the cleanup hitter, Jake Doughty, who was the catcher in Game 1. He moves over to first base. First pitch, checks his swing, called strike. Right over the heart of the plate from Wendell. Glove up in front of his face. The 0-1. Strike 2 call. Gets him the off-speed pitch. In the on-deck circle, it's Keenan Brigman, and in the hole, it's the designated hitter, Damian Chavez. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Down goes the cleanup hitter, Doughty. First strikeout of the game for Wendell. A 3-pitch, see you later at that. Keenan Brigman, the second baseman, returns to the plate. In the first game, he went 1 for 2, but plated 3 runs as he reached on an error, a walk, and a single. Scored all 3 times, representing a third of the runs for the Heat. Barehanded play by Sinkovich in time as Wendell stumbled off the mound, stayed down, and Sinkovich ends up barehanding it on the run and makes a quick throw as Brigman tried to bunt for a hit. But the Gems were on top of that one. Out number 2, Damian Chavez, the designated hitter, comes to the plate. It was Chavez who was gunned down at the plate to end the game in Sacramento. He blew through a stop sign and ended up getting gunned out on the plate on a good, clean relay from Nelson Santiago to Ray Soderman. And the pitch from Wendell, called strike. Chavez hits from the right side. It's a 1-1 count. Works from about the middle of the box. The 1-1 pitch bounced in on the outside edge. 2-1 the count for Chavez. As he takes a look at his bat and drags along the front end of the plate before digging back in. Wendell moving quickly. The 2-1 pitch will be shot through the right side. Takes a big hop off the lip of the grass into right field. Ingman is there to back it up as he sends it back into the infield, and it is the second hit of the day for the Heat. The 2-out single for Chavez brings up number 6, the third baseman, Michael Schoenberger. Schoenberger did not play in Game 1. Getting the start here in Game 2. Chavez takes his lead at first base, showing bunt called strike as Schoenberger pulled back. Schoenberger stepping back in now. Down in the count 0-1. Chavez takes his lead about 3 steps off the bag, and another throw over, and not in time to get Chavez as he is back in safely. Rapolo was already picked off in the beginning of the game, and that elicited a long talk with field umpire Corey Stratton. The 0-1 ground up the middle. McKee will watch it go through the legs. Running at third base now is Chavez, and Sordal will bring it into the infield. A big error on Keone McKee. Chavez goes from first to third and is now just 90 feet away from being the first run of the game. And now the home plate umpire exchanging some words with the dugout of the Heat. Not sure if they're heated or not, but words nonetheless. Easton Vidales comes to the plate, the catcher for the Heat, hitting in the 8-hole. Runners on first and third, 2 outs. Throw over to first base. Santiago applies the tag. Chavez bluffs his way towards home plate, but Santiago rears around and gets it back out to Wendell quickly. Vidal still waiting for the first pitch of his at-bat. Here it comes. That'll be up and out of play on the first base side into the parking lot. Strike 1. Clear skies here tonight in Klamath Falls. Last night, rain rolled through as Vidalis might have split his bat there. He's going to ask for some new tar instead. Rubbing it up. And as I mentioned, clear blue skies. You can see all the way out to Shasta from the press box up here. And a nearly full moon making its way across the outfield from left. Now it's above left center. Wendell working from the stretch. The 0-1 up and into the net. 0-2. Trying to get the strikeout, get out of the inning after the error by Keone McKee extended it and put a runner at third base. Should have been Damian Chavez being the fielder's choice out in the third out. But now it's an 0-2 count with runners on the corners. Quick throw over, and getting his second pickoff of the game is Dakota Wendell. Michael Schoenberger picked off at first base. And again, a member of this Heat coaching staff going out and talking with Corey Stratton, but the Gems defense is off the field. It'll be the Gems going back to the plate with Hermes, Mendoza, and Sinkovich when we return. It's a scoreless ball game here in Klamath Falls.
Hey fans, how would you like to book a company or a family group outing at Kiger Stadium? It is a fun way to get everyone together, socialize, and have a great time. Contact the Gems at 541-883-4367 to book your group or to get more information. Get your group booked now by calling 541-883-GEMS.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Holiday Jewelry, family owned since 1975, setting the standard for quality and service in Klamath Falls community since the beginning. And Klamath Eye Center, your complete eye care center from comprehensive eye exams to surgery and even our optical dispensary. Without these sponsors, nothing is possible. Thank you. The Klamath Falls Gems would like to send their thanks to Russ, Spires and Pooley, LLP, Avista, Herald and News, and Henry's Roofing and Supply for sponsoring the 2016 season. Thank you so much. Taco Bell is proud to support the Klamath Falls Gems. Don't forget to take advantage of the free taco coupon on the back of your Klamath Falls Gems ticket stub. Everyone who comes out to a Klamath Falls Gems game this year can receive a free taco at one of Taco Bell's 2 locations in Klamath Falls. Once again, we'd like to thank Taco Bell for all their support of the Klamath Falls Gems.
Nick Hermes stepping into the box for the first time in Game 2. The designated hitter hitting in the cleanup spot for Klamath Falls. Hermes went 1 for 4 with a double to right center field in Game 1. The first pitch taking strike 1 is Hermes. Hermes also plays out in right field. Engman out there, a speedy outfield set for the Gems now. Big swing and a miss, strike 2 down in the count is Nick Hermes. Hermes going without batting gloves. Double taps the end of his bat against home plate. A big open stance in the left-handed batter's box. The pitch. Fastball way away. Vidales having to reach out behind the right-handed batter's box to glove that one. It's a 1-2 count as the sun begins making its way away from Oregon. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3 going around the horn. That's 3 straight strikeouts now for Karsten Lee. He struck out McKee and Santiago to end the bottom of the first, and now he gets Hermes. That's his 3rd strikeout on the game as Mendoza comes to the plate, trying to break up the string of strikeouts. The left-handed hitting catcher. First pitch swinging foul down the first base side. Aaron Johnson shuffling over to his left, plays it into his body and sends it down to Colin Sinkovich in the on-deck circle. Trying to stay warm out there perhaps, moving around. As Mendoza steps back into the box, down 0-1 in the count. Lee begins his motion. Up into the air, into left field. Salazar pushing back, and camps underneath it for out number 2. Good swing of the bat, the opposite field. It's Colin Sinkovich coming to the plate. Ball 1 on the outside half. The 1-0 pitch. Hit off of home plate, foul. It's a 1-1 count now. 2 outs here in the bottom of the second, a scoreless ball game between these two squads. It was the bottom of the second that the Gems uncorked a 7-run inning in game one as Sinkovich puts this one over to the first base side. Doty gets down on one knee, feels it, and taps the bag for out number 3. It's 6 up, 6 down thus far for Karsten Lee as we are through 2. For the Heat coming up in the top of the third, it'll be Easton Vidales, Eric Robles, and Chris Rapolo returning to the plate. It's a scoreless ball game in game 2 of this 7-inning doubleheader. As darkness has completely enshrouded the field here at Geiger, just spots of sun out on the hills far beyond Geiger Stadium. We're wrapping around Klamath Falls down in a basin here in southern Oregon. You can see Mount Shasta far off to the right of home plate, but more immediately the rolling hills of southern Oregon. And the moon continuing to make its way across the outfield. Very clear night here in Klamath Falls. Number 23, Easton Vidales, comes back to the plate. He was down in an 0-2 count when Michael Schoenberger was picked off at first base, the second pickoff of the game for Dakota Wendell. Glove up in front of the face, dropped to the belt, brought back up, kicking and firing. First pitch, swing and a miss for Vidales. Still not picking that up from Wendell. 0-1 the count now. The Heat have a pair of hits and have also reached on an error. 2 runners left aboard in this one. Still no runs for either squad after the offensive explosion in game 1. Both offenses being held in check thus far. The 0-1 pitch from Wendell. Breaking ball, strike 2 called. And for the second time, Easton Vidales is down 0-2 to Dakota Wendell. Blue batting gloves for Vidales. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Chasing outside. Second strikeout of the game for Wendell. And they'll go around the horn for out number 1. That'll bring up the shortstop, Eric Robles. Hitting in the 9 hole. Robles went 0 for 2 in game 1, but he scored a pair of runs. He was hit by a pitch and reached on an error. That error brought in 2 runs. As Colin Sinkovich tried to force a throw over to first base, ended up sending it into right field. And 2 runs came across because of it. Ball 1 for Robles. Fastball finds the zone on the outside half against the lefty Robles. Evens the count at 1. Number 1 at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Miss outside. 2-1 the count now. Wendell takes a quick trip around the mound before stepping back to his spot. Nods in agreement with Mendoza. The 2-1. Softly grounded over to the left side. McKee, quick transfer, quick throw, quick out number 2. And with that, it rolls over back to the top of the order for the Heat. Number 10, Chris Rapolo, the right fielder who had an infield hit his first time up. He was picked off at first base, the first of 2 people picked off by Wendell. Called strike 1. The 0-1 bounced into the plate. It's a 1-1 count, 2 outs for Rapolo. Big kick and fire. Chopped to Wendell. He gloves it on the snow cone and runs over to the bag, doing it all himself. Is Dakota Wendell. 3 up, 3 down in the top of the third to end. And it will be going to the bottom half of the third. The Gems still looking for their first hit, as it'll be Alvarado, Parrott, and Angman being sent up by the Gems. Scoreless ball game between the Heat and the Gems here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. I'm Nick Winstead. You're listening to Gems Live. You can catch all the Gems games right here, but it's not only games that you can find, but all sorts of other exclusive content will be coming to Gems Live here on YouTube. You can listen to Coach's show. The first one is out already. I sat down with coaches Alvarado and Johnson, got a look at the first couple weeks of the season, how they guys feel about the team, and how they think the team is going to go forward throughout the course of this season. As you might guess, both very optimistic, and rightfully so. This is a team with a lot of potential. Just some heartbreaking losses, some tough breaks have found them to now a 3-5 record after the win in Game 1. Alex Alvarado at the plate. First pitch swinging a line drive into center field. The first hit of the day for the Gems comes on the first pitch of the bottom of the third. Looked like Karsten Lee had reached back trying to force that one past him, but Alvarado was not phased. It'll bring up the left fielder, Jacob Parrott, the University of Oregon commit. Standing tall in the right-handed batter's box, worked from the back end of the box. Squaring up to bunt now, pulling back as the infield had reacted accordingly. It's double play depth up the middle, and now third baseman Schoenberger just a couple steps off the grass at third base. Dottie covering the bag at first. And a called strike on the breaking ball, as Parrott had squared up to bunt the first time, then he pulled back for a regular at bat after showing a little bit too early. It's an 0-1 count. Diving in safely head first is Alvarado. Karsten Lee trying to match the performance of Dakota Wendell. 2 pickoffs already at the first base for Wendell, getting Rapolo and Schoenberger. It's an 0-1 count as Alvarado takes his lead. And squaring up to bunt and sending it to the backstop for strike 2 is Parrott. Trying to play a little bit more small ball. That was the Gems' game plan in Game 1 before that big 7-run bottom of the second really allowed them to be a little bit more free with what they were choosing to do at the plate, as Vidales and Lee have a conversation out on the mound, both of their backs facing home plate, and now Vidales will jog back to the plate as Jacob Parrott was waiting patiently outside the box. Parrott, big guy, standing at 6'2", 210 pounds, calls Lucas, Texas home. He's down 0-2 in the count. 1 on, no outs in the bottom of the third. The pitch, way outside. Snap throw to first base, not in time. Big sweeping tag coming up empty, and the Heat dugout none too pleased. They feel they've been on the wrong side of both of those pickoff plays. They thought they might be able to steal an out on the snap throw. on the pitch out. It's a 1-2 count now after the pitch out. The 1-2. Parrott, high pop up into shallow right field. Rapallo gloves it, and it will be out number 1. Camped underneath it for a long time out there. Is hit sky high, but not very deep. 1 out, 1 on for Isaiah Engman. Hit it in the 9th spot for the second time. Alvarado with his lead, another throw over, and again, not in time. A big cry from the Heat dugout, but this throw is not all that close for a clean pickoff, but they'll continue to make noise. Alvarado continuing, and that's a balk called by the umpire, by the Gems coaching staff, and now calling time is Alvarado. He says that's a balk. And so that'll be Corey Stratton getting the ire of the Gems now. As the entire Gems dugout shouted out balk, as did both coaches. Coach Johnson at first base, Coach Alvarado at third base. Coach Alvarado indicating that he set twice. Karsten Lee taking a step off the mound now. Perhaps getting away with one, perhaps not. Either way, it's an 0-1 count. Alvarado taking his lead at first base. Doty covering, double play depth up the middle. 1 out and an 0-1 count for Isaiah Engman. Fastball low and inside. Ball 1 to Engman. Engman went 2 for 4 in game 1 of the doubleheader. A pair of singles to right field that drove in runs in his first 2 at-bats before popping out and striking out. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball low, inside again. 2-0 the count. 2-1, excuse me. 1 out. And the pitch. Strike called on the breaking ball. 2-2. The count. 1 out, 1 runner on. Here in the bottom of the third, a scoreless ball game between the Heat and the Gems. The pitch be sent up and into the net, fighting off that pitch is Isaiah Engman. Steve Sordahl will retrieve it from the on-deck circle and toss it back into the Gems dugout. Lee eyeing in at Vidales, brings the ball into his glove at the chest. Sets the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Swinging over the top of that off-speed pitch is Engman. That's the 4th strikeout of the game for Lee. For a stretch there, he had 3 straight strikeouts. Did Karsten Lee. He got McKee, Santiago, and Hermes all to strike out in a row. Now he's got his 4th strikeout victim. Runner goes as Sordahl is at the plate. The throw is in time as Alvarado is gunned down at the plate. Vidales, a strong throw down to second base, catches Alvarado on the base paths. We are scoreless through 3 innings of play. As we go to the 4th for the Heat, it'll be the 2, 3, 4 hitters, Boris, Salazar, and Doty due up. A scoreless ball game at Kiger after the high-scoring affair in Game 1, an 11-9 victory for the Gems. It's a pitcher's duel through 3 here in game 2 as the throw goes down from Ryan Mendoza, who showed off his cannon in game 1, catching Chris Rapolo on the base path, and it was Vidales showing off his gun to end the third as Alex Alvarado is caught stealing. And will bring up number 7, Jimmy Boris, hitting from the left side. The center fielder 0 for 1 today with a ground out to third base. Wendell, high kick, showing bunt pulling back for ball 1 is Boris. Wendell taking his time to get set, brings the glove up in front of his face, now begins his motion. The 1-0. Fastball a little bit high, 2-0 the count. Number 7, Boris, the 5'11", 180-pound junior from the University of the Pacific, as that one will hit off of his bat, been sent to the backstop. 2-1 the count. Looks like he was trying to get out of the way of that one and inadvertently left his bat out there. The University of Pacific Tiger down in Stockton, California, playing with the Heat. The 2-1 pitch will be rolled foul on the first base side. Nelson Santiago flips it up over his glove and retrieves it after it popped out and sends it back out to Wendell. A 2-2 count now for Boris, leading off the top of the fourth. The Gems trying to get back-to-back wins for the first time all season. It's a 2-2 count. Scoreless ball game in the top of the fourth. And breaking ball misses just a bit off the outside. It's a 3-2 count. A lead off the top of the fourth for Boris. The payoff pitch. Swung on, tipped out of the glove of Mendoza. Remains a 3-2 count. As Wendell will take a quick trip around the mound, rolling the ball in his right hand. Now he brings it into his glove as he situates himself out on the mound. Kicking and firing the 3-2. Swung on and tipped into the glove of Mendoza, this time holding on. Strikeout number 2 on the night for Dakota Wendell. Strikeout number 3. That will bring up Guillermo Salazar, the left fielder, who started game 1 as the DH and has switched into the outfield. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to third. Dropping, kicking, and firing the pitch is Wendell. That'll bump up off of Mendoza's shin protectors and behind Salazar. Ball 1. Big kick and swung on, sent over to shortstop McKee. McKee, quick transfer, strong throw, and out number 2 as he had to move over into the hole. He and Sinkovich were very close to it. Sinkovich allowed McKee to take that one, a better angle for the shortstop for out number 2. That'll bring up the first baseman, Jake Doty, who's the first strikeout victim of the night for Wendell. It was a 1-2-3 see you later for the first baseman as he steps in, double taps home plate. The pitch. Checking his swing, holding off for ball 1. Wendell starting to get into a rhythm here. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. 1-1 count, 2 outs in the top of the fourth. Still a scoreless ball game. The game 2 of the doubleheader. A pair of 7s being played tonight. The 1-1. Bounced in off the outside half of the plate. 2-1 the count as Wendell trying to go 1-2-3 or back-to-back innings. He struck out, grounded out, and did it all himself back in the third as this one will go low. 3-1 the count. He got a strikeout, a ground out here. But now it's a 3-1 count. He's got to bring it into the zone against the cleanup hitter, Doty. And this one is a high chopper over to third base. Fielded on the infield grass for Sinkovich. Long extension from Santiago. Out number 3. 6 straight retired for Wendell and the Gems defense as we go to the bottom of the 4th. Still a scoreless ball game between the Heat and the Gems. For the Gems, it'll be Sordal, McKee, and Santiago due up at the plate. Steven Sordal due up. He grounded out to first baseman Doughty to start off the game offensively for the Gems. And so far, the Gems only have 1 hit. The Heat only have 2. So after that offensive explosion from game 1, the bats, like the weather here in Klamath Falls, have gone cold. Sordal trying to get a better outcome. Second time seen Lee. Both pitchers looking very sharp through 3 innings of work. Ball 1 to Sordal to start off the at-bat. The 1-0 bounced in up over Vidalis in the catcher spot, rolls all the way to the backstop. As Vidalis will flip down his catcher's mask. It's 2-0 the count to Sordal. And a called strike on the slider, catching the outside half. 2-1. No outs here in the bottom of the 4th as Sordal will watch Pat that one go by low. 3-1 the count. Lee takes a deep breath, wiggles his glove. The 3-1 pitch. Big grounder up the middle, hit right in front of second base and carry him out into center field as Sordal is aboard. Back-to-back innings now where the leadoff man is aboard. Alvarado lined one up the middle into center field. Now Sordal grounds one. That'll bring up Keone McKee, the shortstop for the Gems, who struck out swinging his first time up. In double play depth up the middle. Third baseman Schoenberger in on the grass. He's squaring up to bunt. Offers at it, but can't get it to stay on the field of play. Strike 1. Sordal with good speed at first base. The 0-1. And that'll be fouled off of the plate. Strike 2. Again, on the bunt attempt for McKee. As I mentioned, the Gems had this game plan going into game 1, trying a little bit of small ball. Advance runners, get them into scoring position. Put the pressure on the defense, but being unable to execute thus far in game 2. It's an 0-2 count, 1 runner on, no outs in a scoreless game. The Gems and the Heat will finish up the series tomorrow, a 5:05 start. A throw over to first base, not in time. Well in time as Steven Sordal. Throw was high. Doughty had no chance at applying the tag there. Still an 0-2 count for McKee, however. Already 0 for 1 with a strikeout. The 0-2, and that one is big chopper up, and that will be sent over to first base as McKee was trying to protect his runner there. Just fights at that one, ends up putting it into play. He advances Sordal out to second base on the 1-3 putout. They'll bring up Nelson Santiago with a runner in scoring position and 1 out. Santiago struck out looking in a 2-2 count to end the first inning. Santiago had that grand slam home run in game 1, his first home run of the year. The open stance for the big power-hitting lefty. Robles right behind Sordal out at second base. Now time is called as Lee had been taking really a very long time, and now he steps off. Mind games being played between both the batter and the pitcher. Of course, the pitcher controls the pace. The pitch will be shot into right field past Bergman, being sent from second base is Sordal. Play at the plate, not in time. Safe is Sordal. An RBI single from Nelson Santiago, ripped through the right side of the infield, brings across the first run of the game. The Gems strike first, 1-0. That'll bring up the big bat of Nick Hermes, the designated hitter who struck out swinging back to lead off the top of the second. As Hermes steps in, 3 straight left-handed hitters for the Gems in Santiago, Hermes, and Mendoza, although Hermes is a switch hitter. Pitch missing well outside. 1-0 the count for Hermes. 1 out, 1 runner on for the Gems, and a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Starting to get a little bit chillier still as the wind picking up. A fastball outside. 2-0 the count to Hermes, as he'll pick up a rock and toss it over towards the back of the backstop before looking back at his bat and digging in. Alex Alvarado, senior, coaching third base. Aaron Johnson coaching first. Both those guys wrapped up in big Gems jackets. The 2-0 pitch to Hermes. Fastball called strike on the inside half of the plate. Hermes drags his bat across the front of the plate. It's 57 degrees here at Kiger. And called strike 2. 2-2 count now for Hermes. He struck out in a 1-2 count, swinging to lead off the top of the second. He's got a runner aboard as Santiago dives in head first. Not much of a lead for Santiago, but Lee wants to maybe try and steal an out there. Catch Santiago sleeping out on the base paths. Dakota Wendell, pitcher for the Gems, already has 2 pickoffs in this game. Lee trying to get his first. It's a 2-2 count. 1 out. The pitch will hit Hermes, and they will be called for leaning into that one. That's the second time in 3 games that Hermes has been caught trying to get a little bit too close, as Hermes and the home plate umpire, Joel Woodley, have a quick word. He's talking about it as Hermes pointed out towards the mound, saying, well, maybe he shouldn't throw it there. It's a 3-2 count after it was leaned into by Nick Hermes. 1 out, 1 runner on, a 1-0 lead for the Gems as Steven Sordal scored on Nelson Santiago's single. The 3-2. Driven into center field. Boris will jump and make the grab. Nearly overran it. And that will be out number 2. A line out into center field as Hermes put a good swing on that one, but Boris got a good read and nearly actually overran it. Too much speed out there in center field. A good problem to have if you're a center fielder. But it's 2 outs now, and Ryan Mendoza coming to the plate with Santiago firmly at first base. And this one will be rolled over to Bergman at second base. He underhands to Robles, and sliding in too late is Santiago for out number 3. A long inning, but a run to show for it for the Gems as they strike first. A 1-0 lead for Klamath Falls over the Sacramento Heat as we go to the 5th. It'll be Keenan Brigman, Damian Chavez, and Michael Schoenberger due up for the Heat. A long split in between innings as Ryan Mendoza had to get all geared up as he was on deck. Coach Alvarado having a quick word with the home plate umpire. Joel Woodley explained that, and Woodley was saying, hey, nobody going to warm up. Wendell. It's a 1-0 lead for the Gems over the Heat, as we've been through 4 innings of play, just 2 frames in which really scoring chances for either team. The last, of course, the Gems, they capitalized on their scoring opportunity. Steven Sordall brought in from second base by Nelson Santiago. Back in the second, there was runners on first and third, 2 outs, but Michael Schoenberger got picked off at first base, stranding Damian Chavez at third base. Keenan Brigman coming to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to third base thus far tonight. Here in Game 2, doubleheader, their originally scheduled game yesterday rained out, just the second rain out in Gems history here at Kiger Stadium. Rain rolled through fast and furious, made the field very, very unplayable. It's a 2-0 count now to Bergman after a couple misses from Wendell. Wendell, the 2-0. High drive into left center field. Sordall will have that one drop in front of him, and Parrott is there quickly to keep it to a single, backing up nicely as another full extension dive from Sordall. This time he couldn't come up with the spectacular play. So it's a leadoff single for Bergman, his first hit of the night. And that'll bring up Damian Chavez. Chavez singled through the right side his first time up. He comes up with one on. No outs. It's double play depth up the middle. Sinkovich in on the grass on the third base side. Chavez with good speed. They're ready for him to perhaps lay down a bunt. He'll square up to bunt, pull back as that one was low on the outside half. Ball 1. The 1-0 from Wendell. High drive into right center field. Sordall chasing after it. And it will lip off of his glove. Long throw in. Gets it back into the infield off of one hop. But it's a stand-up double for Damian Chavez thanks to the error for center fielder Sordall. E8. The runners in second and third after the error allowed Chavez out to second base. Great opportunity now for the Heat to plate their own run and perhaps even take the lead with Michael Schoenberger at the plate. He reached on an error his first time up, the first error of the game committed by Keone McKee. A routine grounder out to shortstop. He rushed things as called strike on the outside, making an 0-1 count for Schoenberger. Double Corners are in defensively for the Gems. 0-1 count, still no outs here in the top of the fifth. A 1-0 lead for the Gems, very much in jeopardy as that one is bounced in, nicely blocked by Mendoza. 1-1 count. Long look in from Wendell to Mendoza. It's a 1-1 count, no outs. Runners second and third for the Heat. The pitch. Into the air, in center field, deep enough for a tag up. Sordahl grabs it, throws it cut off by McKee, and scoring easily from third base, tagging up is Brigman. Advancing to third base is Chavez, and it's all tied up at 1 after the sac fly from Schoenberger. One out and a runner at third base for Easton Vidales. He struck out swinging 1-2-3 variety against Dakota Wendell. Back in the top of the third. Corners are in for the Gems. Big cut coming up empty is Vidales. And now the infield is in entirely for the Gems as Alvarado and McKee join Sinkovich and Santiago. The 0-1 up and over the top of the overhang for strike 2. Another big situation here for Wendell, trying to get a strikeout here. The infield in, the outfield also playing a little bit shallower. The 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. And for the second time tonight, Easton Vidales is a strikeout victim of Dakota Wendell. 4 strikeouts now on the night for Dakota. 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. Eric Robles, the shortstop, coming to the plate. And that should have been the third out. The error from Sordahl out in center field, giving Bergman a chance to move from first to third, and Chavez out to second base. See, then he's now advanced over to third. It's a 1-0 count to Robles. Fastball high and away, 2-0 the count as Mendoza comes up out of the stretch. Out of the squat to fire that one back to the mound. It's a 2-0 count, 2 outs. 1 run across for the Heat. We're all tied at 1. The pitch will be into the glove of the shortstop McKee on a soft line. And the Heat tie the game but leave the go-ahead run aboard at third base. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left aboard for Sacramento. We're all tied at 1 as we go to the bottom of the fifth. Due up for Klamath Falls, it's Mendoza, Sinkovich, and Alvarado. Karsten Lee misses outside on his penultimate warm-up pitch between innings. It's a 1-1 game between the Heat and the Gems. The Heat able to knot the game up at 1 in the top half of the fifth, thanks in large part to a Steven Sordahl error. The Gems were able to plate their lone run in the bottom of the fourth as Sordahl scored the run. So From one perspective, you might say that Sordal is responsible for both of the runs in this game. It's the heart of the order coming up for the Gems. Mendoza, Sinkovich, and Alvarado coming up to the plates. Sinkovich, Alvarado, and Parrott, as Mendoza had recorded that final out in the bottom of the fourth. The fielder's choice. Called strike. Evens the count at 1-1 on Sinkovich. Lee kicks and fires the 1-1 breaking ball inside. Ball 2. 1-1 game, each team with 3 hits. The Gems have committed 2 errors, however. One of them allowing a run to score. Now a conversation between Vidalis and Lee on a 2-1 count. Nobody on. Making sure they are on the same page here in the bottom of the 5th. It's a 2-1 count against Colin Sinkovich. And the pitch. Swing and a miss high and inside. They got him to go around. So the conversation proves beneficial for Lee and Vidales. 2-2 now against Sinkovich, who grounded out to Doty his first time up. The 2-2 pitch. Trying to frame that one on. Curveball in just the inside part of the plate. But to no avail for Vidales. Runs the count full. The payoff pitch. Chopped off the plate, a long run for Schoenberger at third base. Basket catch, throw over to first base in time. Leaning out is Doty and beating out Sinkovich as he lunged at the last second. But it is out number 1. Nice play by Schoenberger at third base. It took a huge hop off of home plate, and he had to charge in basket catch and made a great transfer. That'll bring up Alvarado, who had the first hit of the game for the Gems, a line drive up the middle. And first pitch swinging, high pop-up, and the catcher will leave it for his third baseman. Vidales and Schoenberger miscommunicating there. Initially, Vidales had gotten blocked out of that play inadvertently by the home plate umpire, but he was able to get out of the way, and by the time that Vidales worked himself free, he assumed that Schoenberger would have that one, and it drops right in between them. Strike 1 as Alvarado lives to see another pitch. The 0-1. Curveball inside. 1-1 the count. The 1-1 game. One on the Heat side in the 5th, one for the Gems in the bottom of the 4th. The Gems trying to retake the lead here as Alvarado puts one off the glove of Schoenberger on a dive. That'll roll out behind second base. The left fielder Salazar charging in as Robles gets there as well. That will be charged as an error. A tough play for Schoenberger, as Alvarado is aboard safely for the second time. Jacob Parrott comes to the plate. He flew out to right field. Just a long pop-up, really, for Parrott. He's got a ton of power. He's just trying to harness it, and that's something that Coach Aaron Johnson is working on him with. And breaking ball pitch inside, called a strike. It's an 0-1 count, 1 out, 1 on. In a 1-1 game in game 2 of the doubleheader between the Heat and the Gems. The pitch, huge rip from Parrott, comes up empty. Strike 2 as Lee was able to blow it by him. Lee now with count leverage, 0-2, ball behind his back. Alvarado at first base with his lead, the 0-2 pitch. And strike 3 looking, fastball off the plate, gets the call. And that is the 5th strikeout of the game for Carson Lee. And that will bring up Isaiah Engman, who was the 4th strikeout victim of the night for Karsten Lee. And he will be hit by a pitch as Karsten Lee, that one got away from him. Engman tried to get out of the way, but that was coming in hot. First hit batsman of the night for Karsten Lee. Puts 2 runners on, 2 outs for Steve Serdal. And now the home plate umpire handing off a new baseball to Lee, having a quick conversation with he and catcher Vidales. 2 outs, 2 on for the leadoff hitter Sordal, who is 1 for 2, a grounder up the middle, and scored the only run of the game for the Gems thus far. All tied up at 1 in game 2 of the doubleheader. The first pitch, and called strike 1. The off-speed pitch. The longest inning so far by batter for the Gems, the 0-1, and this one will be ripped off the handle, foul down the first base side. As Justin Cooney-Silk will go and retrieve that one. Out in foul territory down the first baseline. It's an 0-2 count now for Sordal. Lee sets and fires. And this one is fouled down the third base side. Grounder nearly colliding as Schoenberger and a Heat player out of the dugout. Both trying to go for that one. It remains an 0-2 count. Alvarado at second base. Engman at first base. Both guys with good speed. Center fielder Boris shaded more towards right center field. A huge hole in left center field. But Boris does have good speed. It's an 0-2 count. Looking back and now firing. As this one will be sent into the screen that runs from the Diamond Terrace right behind home plate. The best seats in the house all the way up to the top of the press box. It's an 0-2 count for Sordal. Runner at second base, all tied at 1. The pitch up and in the air on the infield. Bergman working out into just the shallowest of right field, maybe one blade of grass there, and he collects it for out number 3. The Gems strand a pair out on the base paths. Alvarado reaches on the air. Engman on the hit by pitch, but the Gems can't cash in. It remains a 1-1 game as we go to the 6th. For the Heat, it'll be Robles, Rapolo, and Boras due up. Dakota Wendell trying to shake off the 1-run top of the 5th, although it was resulted from an error. Pitchers still take that as their own. A tough position out there. Everything going good. Not really so much about you as the bats and the defense, but when things are going bad, you definitely take a look at the pitcher. So a lot of that one right on to Wendell, despite the now 2 errors in the game for the Heat. For the Gems, aiding the Heat. It'll be Chris Rapolo leading things off. He is 1 for 2. He was picked off after getting a board. He shows bunt and lays it back in front of the plate. Mendoza fires over to first base, but it lips out of the glove of Santiago, using his speed to be able to beat that one out, and that will be ruled as an error. A very makeable play, but once again the Heat able to capitalize on a Gems mistake, this time just to get a board. A low throw from Mendoza as he rushed it. He knew the speed of Rapolo. Not bunted well out in front of the plate, only about 3 steps in front of home plate, but Mendoza tried too hard to get it there too quickly as a throw goes over to first base as Wendell tries to pick Rapolo off for the second time this evening. All dark here in Klamath Falls. The lights very much needed. Fastball outside as Boris showed bunt, had to pull back. Ball 1. Third baseman Sinkovich 3 steps in on the grass on the third base side against the left-handed hitting Boris. Another throw over, and again in safely is Rapolo. Wendell takes a quick step off of the mound. It's a 1-0 count, 1 on, no outs, a 1-1 game. Both teams with 3 hits after combining for 20 runs in game 1 of the doubleheader. Another throw over, and again safe at first base is Rapolo. Only 2 combined runs and 6 combined hits. More errors in this game. 3 for the Gems, 1 for the Heat. As another miss from Wendell, 2-0 the count as the Heat dugout starting to make some jeers. Another throw over, and in standing up this time is Rapolo. And continuing to jaw the Heat dugout. It's a 2-0 count. No outs. As Boris waiting patiently at the plate. He sees a pitch. Fastball low and inside. 3-0 the count. Perhaps too much concentration on the running game now for Wendell. It's a 3-0 count. There's a lot of throws over to first base. Chris Rapolo. And it will be a 4-pitch walk to put 2 on. Nobody out for the Heat. Rapolo moves to second base. And Boris is aboard at first. The first walk of the game for Wendell. As Coach Alvarado will go out to the mound and talk with Wendell. Just a pep talk here. Not going to make a change just quite yet. There is some activity, however, in the Gems bullpen. Looks like Jacob Trujillo is getting heated up. The lefty. They're going to try and get Wendell out of this. Still at a tie game, but the Heat have some good bats, which we saw in game 1. Just waiting to unload. And a huge swing and a miss from Salazar. Trying to put some runs on the board in one swing of the bat. He comes up empty. Strike 1. Salazar 0 for 2 today. A pair of groundouts. 1 to third base, 1 to shortstop. And a back pick set up, and dropping the ball is McKee. And that could have been out number 1, and getting the lead runner there would have been huge, but McKee had to slide in. And ends up dropping, and Rapolo would have been out as he took a huge secondary lead, and McKee snuck in behind him. It's a 0-1 count. A long look out at Rapolo, kicking and firing. And this will be right to Alvarado, stepping on second base, firing to first for a double play. And with that, the Gems dugout getting pretty loud as Salazar has to make a long trip back to the Heat dugout. 2 outs, 1 swing of the bat, but Chris Rapolo advances out to third base. Now time is called, and it will be the end of the appearance for Dakota Wendell. He goes 5 2/3 innings, gives up 3 hits, 1 run for the Gems. A very solid outing for Wendell. And give over to Jacob Trujillo when we come back. It's a 1-1 game. Runner at third base for the Heat. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Some technical difficulties there in the bottom of the, in the top half of the 6th. After the pitching change, Trujillo came and walked Jake Doughty on a full count. Keenan Bergman in the first pitch of the at-bat lined it over to the right side and actually ended up hitting Jake Doughty for out number 3. He left a little bit too soon or a little bit too late. Either one. He's out on the base paths. It's a 1-1 count. 1-1 game, as Keone McKee comes to the plate. Fastball low and inside for ball 1. It's still Karsten Lee out on the mound for the Heat. It looked very sharp thus far, striking out 5 Gems batters as he gets a called strike off the outside half of the plate. Both of these umpires in this doubleheader, Corey Stratton and Joel Woodley, giving some room off the plate as part of their strike zone. The 1-1 pitch will nearly hit McKee as he has to jerk his head out of the way on a curveball gone awry. It's a 2-1 count now after the near hit of McKee. The 2-1 on its way now. 3-1 the count. A fastball off the outside edge. Frustrating for hitters and pitchers alike is if it's not consistently off the plate, and it's been pretty consistent. Only a few no calls as a 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. 3-1. Now a full count. Lee gets the nod. The payoff pitch will be softly shot over to the second baseman, Bergman. He fields it, and a high throw, and getting off the bag. Beating it out is Keone McKee. Bergman had a rough transfer and ended up leaving it high over on the right field side of the bag, leaning out. Good attempt for the first baseman, Doughty, but McKee with good speed able to capitalize, and he's got an infield hit. And with that, Nelson Santiago comes to the plate. He drove in the lone run of the game for the Gems. A single into right field, scoring Sordal from second. Open stance for the lefty. The pitch, fastball outside. Ball 1. Santiago had the grand slam back in the second of game 1. Make it a 7-run second for the Gems. They would go on to win 11-9. The 1-0. Big hit down the right field line, foul. And Santiago knows he just missed that one, and he ended up breaking his bat in the process. You could hear it crack up here in the press box. He's going over to the dugout and finding a new one as he ran over there. It's a 1-1 count now after just missing one. That was about 5 feet off the line in right field, as he has to put some pine tar on his new bat. He's walking back towards the batter's box. It's a 1-1 game. The Heat stranded a runner at third in the top of the 6th. Should have come in to score on a single for Keenan Bergman, but Jake Doughty ended up getting hit by the ball in play. 1-1 count. No outs. One runner on for the Gems. A 1-1 game. The pitch. Fastball inside. It'll bounce away from Vidales, and the throw will not be in time. Great comeback from Vidales on that one. It has bounced away, but McKee with great speed able to slide in headfirst safely. But Vidales made that a play. The strong throw out to second base. Advancing on the pass ball is McKee. Santiago up in the count, 2-1. And now Santiago had a quick word with Coach Alvarado on third base side as Vidales had talked with Lee. Nobody up in the bullpen for the Heat. allowing Lee to continue through this one. He's looked very sharp thus far, but in a little bit of trouble now. 2-1 the count. Nobody out and runner at second base in a 1-1 game. The pitch, fastball away, 3-1 the count. He's got first base open, and Nick Hermes in the on-deck circle. Hermes is 0 for 2, but his last at bat, he put a pretty good swing on one. It ended up being a line out into center field. The 3-1. Ball 4. Couldn't find the strike zone with the curveball. And that is the first walk of the game for Karsten Lee, and it puts 2 runners on. And with that, a slow trot being made out to the mound. The infield being brought in as well. Trying to talk tactics here is manager Trevor Payne. Keone McKee at second base with good speed. Nelson Santiago at first base, average speed. And looks like Nick Hermes' day at the designated hot hitter spot is done. It'll be Wes Carswell coming to the plate in place of Hermes, taking over on the pinch hitter. Number 14, Wes Carswell, stepping in for Hermes with 2 runners on, no outs. Corners are in for the Heat. Double play depth up the middle. Carswell coming in off the bench and stepping off and taking a couple steps out towards second base is Lee. Carswell, bat loaded behind his right shoulder. And bunting up into the air, it'll bounce in front of the mound, and Lee will have to go to first base. And staying on the bag is Doughty for out number 1, but advancing both runners is Carswell, the sacrifice bunt. Now 2 runners in scoring position for Ryan Mendoza. Shortstop Robles right in front of Santiago out at second base. And it pitch will go outside. It looks like they're going to intentionally walk Ryan Mendoza. Mendoza is 0 for 2, a flyout and a fielder's choice. They're going to want the matchup with Colin Sinkovich. They'll load the bases, put the double play back on the table. A 1-1 ball game as the third intentional walk pitch goes out. It's a 3-0 count now. And that is an intentional walk for Mendoza. Bases are loaded. McKee at third base, Santiago at second base, Mendoza at first base, Colin Sinkovich. And the Gems dugout starting to make a lot of noise. The bases loaded. They've intentionally walked Mendoza for Sinkovich. First pitch swinging foul down the left field line. Strike 1. Karsten Lee rubbing up a new baseball. Has the bases loaded. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. We play 7 here. And this is a great scoring opportunity for the Gems. Not a lot in this game. A pitcher's duel. The 0-1. Changeup inside. 1-1 the count. Colin Sinkovich at the plate. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Got him to go around on the high fastball. He'll tighten up his batting gloves. Down 2 strikes in the count. Alex Alvarado on deck. And strike three looking on the outside half. A pitcher's strike, but a strike nonetheless. That is the 6th strikeout of the game for Lee. And now Alex Alvarado. It rests on his shoulders to extend the inning. It's a 1-1 game. And he's hit with the first pitch of the at-bat. And hitting in the run is Karsten Lee. He gets the strikeout and follows it up by hitting Alvarado. The Gems take the lead 2-1. Alvarado takes one for the team quite literally. McKee comes in to score from third base. Santiago moves to third. Mendoza to second. Alvarado to first. It's a 2-1 lead for the Gems. Nolan Legan will pinch hit for Parrott. Second pinch hitter of the inning. Legan, not necessarily a more powerful bat, but a more consistent bat than Parrott. Parrott still trying to figure it out at this level. Legan has been pretty hot throughout the year. 2 outs, bases still loaded. The first pitch swung on over to the right side, and Bergman will field it and fire over to first base in time for out number 3. But the Gems played a run on a hit by pitch from Karsten Lee. 2-1 lead for the Gems as we go to the top of the 7th. Last chance for the Heat. They'll send up Bergman, Chavez, and Schoenberger. A 2-1 lead for the Gems as Jacob Trujillo tries to close this one out. Some defensive changes for the Gems. Marzell Brown will take over in right field. A defensive switch between he and Legan. Alvarado stays at second base. McKee at shortstop. Santiago at first. Sinkovich at third. Trujillo still out on the mound. A 1-run lead for the Gems. 2-1. Hitting in the run was Karsten Lee. After striking out Sinkovich looking, he follows it up by tagging Alvarado with the very next pitch. A curveball that didn't curve enough. It'll be Damian Chavez coming to the plate. Getting the go-ahead to play is Trujillo. He sets at the chest and fires first pitch. Drive into center field. Sordal, leaping grab for out number 1. Chavez is retired. Timed his jump perfectly, climbed the ladder, and snagged that one out of the air. That'll bring up Michael Schoenberger. Schoenberger 0 for 1. He reached on an error in the second and then was picked off before hitting a sac fly to drive in Bergman. Bergman was at the plate, and he ended up hitting Doughty. to end the scoring threat in the 6th. The first pitch, fastball up high on Schoenberger. 1-0 the count, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Only playing 7 innings in both of these games. The Gems can walk away with 2 wins if they hold on here. Fastball outside, not called. Eerily reminiscent of where Colin Sinkovich's strike 3 call was, but not getting the call this time. Are the Gems, Joel Woodley, changing that zone? It's a 2-0 count. The pitch. Fastball up high, 3-0 the count. And Schoenberger's going to wait for a perfect pitch here. Trujillo has to bring it into the zone. Trujillo, the lefty, facing up against the righty, Schoenberger. The pitch. Fastball low, a 4-pitch walk. The tying run is aboard. The go-ahead run at the plate, and Easton Vidales. It looks like they're going to pinch hit for him. Number 25, Jack Murphy, coming to the plate. Probably a good decision there from the coaching staff, as 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts was Vidales. It's now a 1-0 the count. 5 straight misses from Trujillo, as Mendoza and McKee will both go out and talk to Trujillo. 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the 7th. A 1-run lead for the Gems. Murphy coming off the bench, trying to provide a spark in a low-scoring game. The 1-0. And that's a called strike off the plate. Has to be very frustrating for Trujillo. It's a 1-1 count on Jackson Murphy, the pinch hitter. Michael Schoenberger at first base with his lead. Tapped foul, strike 2. A 1-2 count, 1 out. The Gems trying to pick up back-to-back victories for the first time on the year. Defeated the Heat 11-9 in Game 1, and now a low-scoring affair. The Gems on top, 2-1. The 1-2. Fastball high off the outside edge. 2-2 the count as Murphy stays off. He takes a deep breath outside of the right-handed batter's box. A 2-2 count. Santiago covering the bag at first. Schoenberger with his lead. The pitch will be ground over to third base. A chance for 2 to first base in time. The 5-4-3 double play, and the Gems take both games of the doubleheader. A 2-1 victory over the Heat in Game 2. A 5-4-3 double play hit into by pinch hitter Jackson Murphy. Tomorrow, the Gems can go for the sweep. They'll take on the Heat at 5:05 tomorrow. We'll have a quick break and a post-game show as the Gems take both games in the doubleheader, 11-9 and 2-1. A thrilling finish to the doubleheader for the Gems. They end it on a 5-4-3 double play hit into by Jackson Murphy to take both games today. A 2-1 victory in Game 2, an 11-9 victory in Game 1. We go back to Game 1. The first inning, both those teams held scoreless, but it was in the bottom of the second that the Gems uncorked a 7 spot. 3 runs coming across and then loading the bases up for Nelson Santiago, and he demolishes a home run over the right field wall. The second grand slam hit on the year by the Gems. The first home run for Santiago. And with that 7-run cushion, the Gems thought they might have an easy victory there, but the Heat battled back. They plated 3 runs in the top of the third. The Gems responded by plating a pair of their own. The Gems would also add on 1 in the bottom of the fourth, but then in the fifth, the Gems tacked on 3 more runs, making it a 10-6 game. The Gems were able to plate 1 more and make it 11-6 at that point, but in the top of the sixth, 3 more runs come across for the Heat and make it a close game, 11-9, going in to the top of the seventh. Coming on and finishing that one off after Ben Tennell left the game, it was the work of the bullpen, which had been a little bit shaky as of late. Cam Walker provided a good start, went 5+ innings, picks up the win. Tennell came in and was in a rough situation. He had 2 runners on, no outs, but couldn't get the job done. They go back to the bullpen and able to pull that one out. We get a 11-9 final score on that one in favor of the Gems. We move over to Game 2 just 30 minutes after the completion of the first 7. Both these squads go back to work, and unlike in Game 1, not a lot of runs. A pitcher's duel between Wendell and Karsten Lee. Lee went the distance, a complete game loss. Wendell went 5 2/3 innings, then handed the reins over to Jacob Trujillo. Wendell gets a no decision in that one. Trujillo picks up the win. It all came down to the final 2 frames. The Gems were able to pick up their first run in the fourth as Steven Sordahl got aboard and was advanced over on a Keone McKee. Essentially a sacrifice hit. He was trying to protect his runners. It was supposed to be a hit and run, but it was a bad pitch to do it on. McKee able to make contact with it and make sure Sordahl would get out to second base safely. And on the very next pitch, Santiago puts one into right field, and Sordahl, with his speed, scores from second base and puts the Gems on top 1-0. But the Heat, just like in Game 1, they respond quickly. Kenyon Bergman, he's able to get aboard a single into left field. An error by center fielder Sordahl allows Chavez to get to second base and Bergman to third base. And in the next at-bat, Michael Schoenberger hits a sacrifice fly out to center field to plate the run, tying the game at 1. And it was in the top of the 6th that the Heat had an excellent opportunity not only to take the lead, but perhaps put the game out of distance with how well both the pitchers for both these squads have been throwing. Lee had 6 strikeouts, looking very sharp, and with a couple of run cushion, he could have gone and attacked Gems hitters even more so than before. But with runners on first and third, Jake Doughty ends up getting hit by a Kenyon Bergman grounder, and that is out number 3. A huge break for the Gems, and we go to the bottom of the 6th where Keone McKee gets in on a infield hit, a tough play over on the left side of the infield, couldn't be made. Advances to second base on a pass ball. Santiago is walked. Wes Carswell comes in as a pinch hitter, advances both runners into scoring position. McKee to third base, Santiago to second. After that, Ryan Mendoza was intentionally walked to load the bases. Colin Sinkovich in the on-deck circle, he strikes out looking in a 1-2 pitch, a fastball off the plate. Alex Alvarado in the very next pitch gets hit in the back by a curveball to bring in the go-ahead run with the bases loaded. Hit by a pitch, he picks up the RBI. Nolan Ligon came in, try and extend the inning. He ends up grounding out on the first pitch. We go to the top of the 7th. Jacob Trujillo gets a 1-pitch out from Damian Chavez. An outstanding play out in center field by Sordal. Leaping grab in the right center field to be able to rob a hit from Chavez. Ends up giving a 4-pitch walk to Schoenberger. And in a 2-2 count against the pinch hitter Jackson Murphy, a guy with a ton of power, he hits into a 5-4-3 double play to end the game and give the Gems their first back-to-back victory on the year. The Gems remained 3-0 against the Heat, the only opponent they've got a winning record against. All 3 of the Gems records coming against the Heat. The chance for the sweep tomorrow for the Gems, a 5:05 first pitch for Klamath Falls. Thanks so much for sticking around for both games of the doubleheader. A long day of baseball, but the Gems come out on top, getting wins of 11-9 and 2-1. We'll see you tomorrow right here on Gems Live.